Okay, we are live. We'll call the meeting to order. I guess we'll start with our national anthem and then followed by a moment of quiet contemplation. Maybe a silent prayer for rain wouldn't hurt any of us right now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll look to my clerk for roll call, Jonathan.
Thank you, Warden. Just going through the list here. I don't see Councillor Bell in attendance. If I have any of this wrong, please indicate that to me. I have Councillor McClellan currently absent, and that is it, Warden. Otherwise, you have all members of council in attendance and you have your quorum. Thank you.
I'm here, Warden. Councillor McClellan.
Thank you. We'll get you down. Can I get the city reps, maybe leave your cameras off till we get in committee of the whole? It'll make it easier when I'm trying to see whose hands are up. And is there anybody that needs to leave early today? Yes, Councillor Smith, I believe you said 1 o'clock. Yeah. Any others? Not seeing any hands at this time. Oh, Councillor Sandu.
Yeah, Warden, I might have to leave it by 11.
11? Okay. Not seeing any other. Sorry, you weren't on screen. Look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Walker. That the agenda for the August the 12th, 2025 meeting of County Council be approved.
Any questions arising about the agenda? I'm not seeing any. If I happen to miss you, just yell out, but not seeing any. Yes?
Warden Clark, I'm just wondering if it'd be appropriate at this time to request that item 34.5 be deferred to our next meeting?
It would be under the agenda, would be the time to...
Yeah, I think once we get to the item, probably be most appropriate.
Well, when Jonathan's saying when we get to the item would be the most appropriate time. But
my apologies. In section 12.3 of our procedural bylaw, it indicates that this would be the time to propose the deferral.
I'm fine with it now. So you'd like to defer the one item to a future meeting? And I think you're looking for a legal opinion, are you not, Councillor?
Yes.
Do you have a seconder for the deferral?
Councillor McClellan?
I see Councillor Sandu. No discussion on deferral, correct? Just the reasons for deferral, and you're looking for a legal opinion on what you can talk about and what you can't, I believe is what you were telling me last night.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so on the deferral, all in favor? 2, 3. Any opposed? Seeing none, so the deferral is carried. So we will defer that to a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will look for a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council. I'm not seeing any. If you find yourself in that situation later, please defer it at that time. Presentations, delegations, we have none, but consent agenda. Councillor Burkett.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the council communications and proclamations June the 24th, 25 to August the 11th, 25 have been given due consideration be received.
Any questions arising from the proclamations? I'm seeing none, so all in favor? Thank you. Opposed, if any? That is carried. Adoptions of minutes and confirming of committee reports. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Warden Coughlin. That the following council minutes be confirmed and adopted. Joint County Council and Committee of the Whole minutes, June 24, 2025. Joint County Council and Committee of the Whole confidential minutes, June 24, 2025.
Any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? Thank you. Opposed, if any? So that is carried as well. Next, we're on presentations and considerations of Committee of the Whole reports. None. Presentation and consideration of special committee reports. None. Presentations and considerations of county officers report, and we have one. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder that item CO 2025-023 dated August 12, 2025 regarding council composition bylaw validity and triple majority results be received. Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor Rawson. So it's here to be received. I guess the options that would be in front of us would be just receive it, do nothing. Option 2 would be refer it to governance. I guess an option could be to bring back the 33, which was originally on the table, or option 4 would be write to the minister requesting that they break the tie. So I will open it up for discussion if we have any comments. Councillor Leduc.
Yeah, Warden, thank you. And I prefer to see this go back to option 4 and ask the minister to break the tie. From the results, 8 communities, it's an 8-8 split, but over 60% of the population supported the reduction to down to 17. So I've asked the minister directly, and I would ask this council to also ask the minister to break the tie. So it showed that the majority of the population supported the 17 versus the status quo. So I would like to see. I'm going to put option 4 on the floor, that we ask the minister to break the tie.
So should we proceed, Jonathan? What do you think is the best? Would we receive and then put options on, or should we just tie it to the original motion?
Through you, Warden. Yeah, I think the most appropriate here would be a vote to receive the report, get that out of the way, and then take any motions that come up from the floor.
All right.
If Councillor Leduc is looking for a motion to that effect, I'm not sure if you'd want that to be in the form of a letter from the warden to the minister, or in what form. I think we'd need more information on that before forming a motion.
Okay.
So, Warden.
Yes.
Warden, I was asking for an amendment to the motion. So we have the motion that we received the report and that council endorse option 4 to ask Minister Flack, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to break the tie. So that's an amendment to this motion.
All right. Do you have a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Norris? Questions or comments? Seeing some hands going up. No, that was for to support the seconder. Any questions or comments from the floor? Not seeing any. So on the amendment, all in favor? Do you want to see it put up? Well, let's put it up on the screen first. Let's get it on the screen so we can see the amendment. Make sure it's worded the way we like it.
Now, Warden.
Yes.
I also like to call for a recorded vote on this. There is a financial implication to this motion. So.
All right. Well,
we're in council, so.
Who was the seconder you had?
Councillor Norris.
Through you, Warden. So if I could, and I'll look to Councillor Leduc and the seconder, Councillor Norris. I'll share screen here and put a proposed motion up.
I see you, Councillor. I'll get the report up first, and I'll go to the questions on the floor.
And so this is an amendment to add a clause to the receive clause. And the addition is that the warden write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to request the province intervene to allow council composition bylaw 711925 to be considered valid, notwithstanding the triple majority requirements set out in section 219 of the Municipal Act. And I'll have you, Warden, maybe just look to the mover and seconder to see if this captures their intention.
Councillor Leduc, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, that captures my intention.
Fine with the seconder as well. So I have two questions at this point. I have Councillor Burkett and then Councillor Brian Smith.
Through you, your worship, how, I need some clarity on how we can ask for a recorded vote on this motion. So here we go again through the whole process where we had an 8-8 tie because of the weighted vote triggering when you ask for a recorded vote, it's a weighted vote. So here we are again. So I just need some clarity from the clerk that allows us through the Municipal Act or our procedural bylaw to vote on this motion to have a recorded vote.
I can take a stab at it, but Jonathan's here. We haven't changed our procedure bylaw yet, so a recorded vote can be asked for at any time. I mean, it's in the works. I think governance is hoping to bring the new procedure bylaw November, you thinking, Jonathan? November. So at this time, yes, it's still in our procedure bylaw. I have Councillor Brian Smith and then Councillor Miskimins.
Thank you and good morning, Your Worship. I'm struggling to see or understand what we're doing here. I think it was very clear that council chose a process, and I believe that process was put forth by the ministry with respect to if you want to change the composition, here is the process. And the process requires a triple majority vote on three different times, and either all pass or nothing passes. And council agreed to go through that process. We've done that. And today we hear we need the minister now to break the tie. I think if we look at the procedural bylaw, there's no tie here because a tie vote is a defeated vote. It's no. And that's what we have. So I'm struggling that because we don't like the outcome of a fair and democratic process, that now we are wanting to circumvent that by saying, okay, let's now ask the minister to weigh in and possibly break the vote. I see this as completely non-democratic. You know, we've gone through the whole process of weighted votes. We've dealt with that. We haven't changed procedural bylaw yet. We selected a process to follow. We did follow the process to the T. And the result is what it is. And now we want to circumvent that result through that process. It makes absolutely no sense to me. As a matter of fact, I think it's unjust. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Miskimins.
Thank you, Warden, for you, and thank you, Councillor Smith. You've taken a lot of what I wanted to say and put it out for everyone. Seems to me that by sending a letter, we would be actively working to undermine the decisions of 8 of our lower tier councils. So why would we have a triple majority process if we're not going to abide by it and actively try to bypass this entire process? It's been set out in our bylaws. We've agreed to it. The ministry proposed this, as Councillor Smith indicated. I heard Councillor Leduc say that there's a cost attached to it. If this is an exercise in cost reduction, Toronto went from a pre-council reduction by the Ford government from a $23.2 million annual council cost budget to a whopping $26 million in 2024 for council costs. So if we're talking about cost reduction, we know from Toronto's experience when they were forced to basically slash their council in half, that the cost did not go down. In fact, they went up. So I don't think this is about cost control. And I think undermining the decisions of 8 other lower tier municipalities is undermining our own democratic processes. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Laux.
Thank you, through the chair. Kudos to the 2 comments before that. We went through a process, and now the people that don't like the decision, the way that it came out, we're going to try to change it again. We went through the process. We've made a decision. I can't support this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have, oh, got some more comments here. I got Councillor Gordon, Measures, and Walker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. This is no different than any time council wants to reconsider a decision we've already made. Like, people are taking this personally and I'm being offended because it's this specific topic. We reconsider things all the time. So this is going to be a recorded vote, effectively reconsidering what were our previous, objective was. This council voted to reduce council size. This council didn't change its mind. It's because of the process when it went to the lower tiers. I listened to the arguments at some of the council meetings. They had nothing to do with this reduction. They had strong mayor powers twisted in there. Everybody was all in a knot about the other changes the province has made. I heard the rationale that councillors were using to defeat this even in my own council. We didn't pass it. So long and the short of it is the vote that's going to be called in a couple minutes is effectively like a reconsideration. To Mayor or Councillor Leduc's point, 60% of the population supported this, and I think it's deserving to pass it to the minister. Does it mean the minister is going to wave the wand and break the tie in favor of one side or the other? Yes, it will mean that, but we don't know which way he'll go. And at the end of the day, we're creatures of the province. They'll do what they want anyway. But I think this is just no different than any other reconsideration that we're asked, that one of us asks another to do as part of this body. So I look forward to the vote and whatever the outcome is with the minister.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's a reconsideration so much as doubling down on our position, I think would be the better choice of words on that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So I've got Measures, Walker, then Cox, then Councillor Bell. So Councillor Measures, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, members. I cannot support this resolution. A couple of points I'd like to ask to the warden. You started this conversation briefly by saying, well, I see it that we have 4 options. I've read the reports. I've looked at all the documents. I don't see the options listed here anywhere. I do appreciate the fact that you have a motion that you're putting forward as option number 4. I saw it on screen. I appreciate that it's written, and that's fine. So it's duly moved and it's seconded, and it's now here in debate. So let's just carry on. But I do think the point that comes right back to our conversation at a rather difficult council meeting, Your Worship, back in March, that resulted in me actually stating something in the media, and I'll just restate it here for this House. This is a question of procedural fairness, and yet again, here we are with another procedure that's now being treated unfairly. I think that we need to respect the system that has been laid out in front of us. I think that we have a procedure bylaw that is in place today, and I think that we can continue to respect the decision of council and the decision of that has been rendered. As Councillor Smith said, it is a tie, which makes it a defeated motion, and I think that's where it stops. Asking the minister to step in and do this was not something that we discussed at length, starting from the 25th of March right through until now. We've all known, and I even stated it right in the House, that it's probably best if the minister makes these decisions, or the cabinet or the premier or whoever makes these type of decisions in the end anyway. But I would far rather understand and appreciate that this council is continuing to respect all of our member municipalities that are here as part of this great county of Simcoe. And I think that it's appropriate for us to respect each decision being made by the lower tiers, as they've been asked to do so by our clerk to send their information forward. We did that. Each of us did that. And the results have been clearly received. I think we need to receive this motion We need to defeat this amendment and accept the results as it's happened. If the province of Ontario, Your Worship, if they decide to make any type of changes, regardless of a letter from yourself or any member of this House, that's their decision to make. And so I don't think we should be doing that, because it shows us doing a procedural unfairness in the fact that we are not, adhering to a decision that's already been rendered as a result of the procedure. Basically, we're saying we didn't like the results, we're changing the results. I don't think that's correct. I will not be supporting this, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I find it strange that the sudden concern with democracy and procedural fairness is coming up at this time, when earlier this year we had a number of members refuse to return from a recess to vote on a resolution before the House, and then we had to come back the next day because there were certain items that were very important. So the sudden concern is somewhat strange to me from some members who participated in that not returning. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Cox and then Bell and then Sandhu. Thank you. Councillor Cox. Can't hear you, Judith. You might be muted.
There we go. It works again. I guess I totally agree with everybody else has said. And I find it very, I don't know what the word would be. I've listened to enough comments that, who did what, who did this, who did that. But there is a whole position of democracy here. And each person who's spoken to me before has said that. We vote, it goes forward or it doesn't go forward. And to say that reconsidering, this is like reconsidering, we've never reconsidered a vote and then turned to a province to have one person make that decision. This is why we need the people here. And if this is an example of what will happen if we go to 16, this is kind of scary. If we don't like it, we're going to call a recorded vote, and we're going to have a weighted vote. And the fact that the procedural bylaw hasn't been put in place doesn't matter. It was voted on, and that's what we were supposed to be doing. And to utilize it just because maybe it didn't go the way you wanted, it doesn't seem fair to me. And I have to agree with Councillor Measures, is that we all followed it. We followed this procedure. And if the province wants to change, then do it in a democratic way. Do it because you have a good reason to do it. Thank you. And I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, we're not changing our position. This was our position, and I believe at the time it was 17 to 15. What we're asking to do, this is provincial policy, the triple majority, and we lots of times asked the province to change their policies. We've done it in the Planning Act, and we've even done it with the recycling that's coming up, that's been on our agenda before, that we have a position, the province doesn't share that position, when we're asking them to change the recycling, include the small businesses. So this is not highly unusual. We're not changing our position. This House voted for a reduction, then it had to follow the provincial policy, and it's a provincial policy that it didn't pass, the triple majority. So we're asking the province to take a look at their policies and if they'll support the will of this House. That's the way I see the motion. But I will go back for a supplementary.
Wait,
go ahead,
I have a
Councillor.
supplemental.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't like to think that changing the whole composition of Simcoe County for the future can even be compared to a planning procedure. This is major. We're making a decision for the future. And if people keep chit-chapping around and wanting people to step in, I find that wrong to even think that way. I'm sorry, Warden. But this is a totally different thing. We ask and we comment on things and they never listen anyway.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much. I'd agree with a lot of what has been said here. I really do think that we went through the process and this is the outcome of it. It was defeated. So my question goes back to actually a procedural question for Jonathan. I believe because it's a defeated motion, there has to be a notice of motion to bring it back, because we can talk and say that we're just looking for the province to do, this is a reconsideration. So I believe that we should start with a motion of reconsideration before we even get into this, before we have an amendment.
I will let Jonathan answer that.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Council voted to support the bylaw. It went out for triple majority. The triple majority process, which is a sort of provincially mandated process in the Municipal Act, that failed. That's what this report says. A motion here now to write, subsequently for a motion here to write the minister, I don't think sort of fits the bill of a reconsideration. It is kind of a further action now being taken by council. So it would be up to the warden to rule on that, but I don't think it sort of fits the bill of a reconsideration.
The original motion, when we passed it, was to keep the minister informed. Like, we drafted the original letter when we did it and sent it to the motion, said this is what we're doing. That was in the original motion, that we keep them informed. So we have actually sent the same, very similar report to what we have here at council, which, well, the results. We have sent a letter with the results included. So the minister has that, and that was part of the original motion. So I just see this as a further on the letter. That's my position on it. But
I'll have to respect your decision, Warden. That's your decision to make. I do disagree. I do believe, and if it does go that way, I still don't believe a weighted vote is appropriate for this if it's just a letter that we're voting on to send to the minister.
Yeah. Noted. I'm going to keep going to hands that I haven't seen before I circle back. I've got Councillor Anderson. Oh, Sandhu. Sorry, Councillor Sandhu, then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't take too much of time. What you just said was my exact point, that we have informed the minister before, and this is nothing wrong. And what do we have to worry about? What's the fear? Councillor Walker said it eloquently that a few months ago, people that are talking about the democratic process walked out. This is not walking out. This is following of a procedure that's out of our hand. And it's asking the minister to look at it. Second sober thought. Nothing wrong with it, and I would be happily supporting this. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to echo the same comments that have been made prior, but I must say I respect the process. I respect the fact that County Council did, in fact, vote for the acceptance of the bylaw. I respect the fact that it went to the lower tier municipalities for their vote and their say. And we all represent our elected councils here at the County of Simcoe. And I, for one, will not be supporting this amendment because I respect the voice of our local councils. We all serve on our community councils for the betterment of the community. And that is who decided that this one part of the triple majority, they had their say. And their say I'm going to respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lavoie, and then I'll start over.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for all the comments. I do think that we arrived at this position because this was a vote of reconsideration initially. I think that the initial vote of this council was to support a 32-member council with a full-time warden. And then we went on a lengthy trail of recorded votes in order to end up where we are today. So I would suggest that if we're going to submit a letter to the minister, that we submit the entire record of voting with it. And not only do we submit the letter, we point out that initially this council voted for 32 plus 1. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe very briefly, Councillor Smith, on the topic before I call the vote. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your indulgence. A couple of things. Number one, if we're going to ask the minister, should that happen, to break the tie, then I hope we're not going to ask the minister to only focus on county council and appease those who aren't happy with the result. That we'll ask the minister then to look at the municipal act and change the municipal act then, that any tie vote in any municipality then be reconsidered. Because this is no different here than it is at our local councils. A tie vote is a no vote. The next thing I'd like to say is agree with Councillor Lavoie and stress how important it will be to make sure that the minister has the whole process from beginning to end, because the councillor is right. It was defeated. And because we didn't like that result, we asked for a recorded vote, and that changed. And here we are today. And the last point, if I may, Your Worship, is a point of personal privilege. I have sat idly by since this began and listened to members of this council, both in the public media and in this chamber, chuck comments, negative comments at other members of council, and then indicate we shouldn't take this personal. I'm tired of hearing some members of this council make accusations and comments that are negative towards other members of this council. I have to point out, Councillor Gordon, I don't know about you and how you use your strong mayor powers, sir, but I certainly don't use mine to convince council to do anything. As a matter of fact, I've allowed
Point of order.
Point of personal privilege. Councillor
Okay,
Smith
folks.
is
No, hang on, Bill, hang on. Listen,
he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is disgraceful.
Hey, no, that's enough. Councillor Smith, I will endeavor to step up as well when there's personal comments. So thank you for your comment on that. You are correct. We need to keep this on point and talk on the issue and not about what other councillors may or may have done in the past. If we could just stay on the motion, I appreciate those words, and thank you for that, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor McKellen, you haven't spoken yet, so go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. I keep hearing that this was a tie vote, and it was 8-8. And I keep hearing a lot of the word, democratic and democracy. The literal definition of democracy is to be governed by the people. So whereas this was a tie vote, this was a triple majority. So included in that triple majority is the eligible electors. And one side of that tie vote had way more eligible electors attached to it. So this isn't just a regular tie vote. This is a triple majority. So I absolutely agree with sending this letter to the province, because the overwhelming majority of eligible electors were represented. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand, Councillor Norcross, I can't see you on my screen. You have your hand up?
Yes, Your Worship. It's good for you. You can't see me on your screen, so happy Tuesday. Anyhow, I just wanted to jump in here. I appreciate both sides of the arguments, but at the end of the day, I support what the House originally decided, 17-15. But I'm going to go on a limb here. We talked about council raises or the compensation that was going to council, and I voted in favor of that. And one of the reasons is I've assumed we were going to go from 32 to 16, so there would be more responsibilities assumed by members of the House. I think maybe we should have done the 32 to 16 vote first, because I believe my decision would have been different. So I want to point that out. So I would just like to say that, going forward, we should send a letter to the province. I know the province is watching, but at the end of the day, if they support the decision of this county council and the lower tier municipalities, they'll say so. But we need to give them the opportunity. We need to give the residents to say, we're listening, we're going forward, and we're doing what we can to make sure that everybody's represented. And we have an even keel going forward. So, Your Worship, just to my fellow council members, those are a couple of points I wanted to make, and I will vote yes for this motion. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I believe I had a recorded vote requested, so by Councillor Leduc.
Thank you, Warden. So there's been a recorded vote called by Councillor Leduc. And this is on the amendment to add a clause that reads that the warden write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to request the province intervene to allow council composition bylaw 7119-25 to be considered valid, notwithstanding the triple majority requirements set out in section 219 of the Municipal Act. So we'll start the recorded vote with the member that called it, and that's Councillor Leduc. If you could please indicate yes or no, we'll go through the list alphabetically here. Councillor Leduc.
Do I have a clarification, Councillor Cox? Your mic again, Councillor.
When you write that letter, will it come back to council for us to see?
No, getting the no, it'll be sent, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So we won't know what it says?
I can send an email to everybody when I
That
send
would
it.
be, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we should. Thank you.
Councillor, on the vote, Councillor Dolan, questions?
Yeah, just quickly, if I might ask the mover and seconder if there'd be any appetite to include in the amendment the request that the full history of the vote of the procedure be sent with the letter.
I'm getting a nod. That's easy enough to do. Is that fine with the mover and seconder, James and Councillor Norris? Yep, I'm getting yeses. So yes, we will tag that to the motion. Okay, now for the vote. We've clarified everything.
Are there any further questions or clarifications on the motion itself? Okay. As mentioned, we'll start in alphabetical order from Councillor Leduc. If you could indicate yes or no on the amendment.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
Councillor Measures.
No.
Councillor Miskimins.
No.
Councillor Miskimins, that was a no.
No.
Yes, it was a no.
Thank you. Councillor Norcross.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, I'm in favor of it. Sorry, I was listening to Councillor Miskimins there when he said yes, no at the same time. So yes, I'm sorry about that. Yes, I'm in favor. Thank you.
That's a yes from Councillor Norcross. Councillor Norris.
Yes.
Councillor Prost.
No.
Councillor Rawson.
No.
Councillor Sandu.
Yes.
Councillor Brian Smith.
No.
Councillor Michael Smith.
No.
Councillor Snell.
No.
Councillor Van Staveren.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Anderson.
No.
Councillor Bell.
No.
Councillor Burkett.
No.
Councillor Cabral.
Whoops. Yes.
That's a yes. Deputy Warden Coughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Cox.
You're off.
No.
Councillor Cox, that's a no. Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Evans.
In favor.
Councillor Fowler.
In favor.
That was in favor, Councillor Fowler.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thumbs up for yes, please. You just cut it out there.
So yes.
Thank you. That's a yes. Councillor Fryer.
Yes.
Councillor Gordon.
Yes.
Councillor Greenlaw.
No.
Councillor Hamlin.
Yes.
Councillor Laux.
No.
Councillor LaRose. Councillor LaRose.
He's holding up a no.
That's a no. Councillor Lavoie.
No.
And finally, Your Worship.
In favor.
Thank you. Just give us one moment, please, to tabulate. Warden, we have a recorded vote of 83 in favor and 62 against. So that carries.
Thank you.
Motion as amended.
Oh, so now the motion as amended. So the main motion on the floor.
Your Warden,
Yes.
that'll be recorded again.
Okay. The motion is to receive and now the amendment is attached to that motion.
Okay, thank you, Warden. So as mentioned, this is now the main motion as amended to receive the report and have the warden write a letter to the minister. Recorded vote was called by Councillor Leduc. Once again, we'll start with Councillor Leduc. I'll go through the list. If you could please indicate yes or no on the full main motion. Councillor Leduc.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
Councillor Measures.
No.
Councillor Miskimins.
No.
Councillor Norcross. Councillor Norcross.
Yes.
Councillor Norris.
Yes.
Councillor Prost.
No.
Councillor Rawson.
No.
Councillor Sandu.
Yes.
Councillor Brian Smith.
No.
Councillor Michael Smith.
No.
Councillor Snell.
No.
Councillor Van Staveren.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Anderson.
No.
Councillor Bell.
No.
Councillor Burkett.
No.
Councillor Cabral.
Yes.
Deputy Warden Coughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Cox.
No.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Councillor Evans.
Yes.
Councillor Fowler.
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Councillor Fryer.
Yes.
Councillor Gordon.
Yes.
Councillor Greenlaw.
No.
Councillor Hamlin.
Yes.
Councillor Laux.
No.
Councillor LaRose.
No.
Councillor Lavoie.
No.
And finally, your worship.
Yes.
Thank you. Just give us one moment. Warden, we have the same results. Weighted vote of 83 in favor and 62 against, and that motion carries.
Thank you. I have motions of which notices have previously been given, and we have none. I have no notices of motion, and I have no closed session. So now I would look for a mover and a seconder to move into committee of the whole. So moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Walker. That council recess in the committee of the whole at 9:44, and we'll give the city reps a moment to join in. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And then I'll get my clerk to do a roll call as soon as we've got everybody here.
Do it. All right, thank you, Warden. We're joined by the city representatives. We have Aurelia Councillor Durnford, Aurelia Councillor Fallis, and Barry Councillor Rietma in attendance, with Barry Mayor Nuttall, Barry Councillor Nagusi, and Aurelia Mayor McIsaac absent, and all the other members from council as well. And you have your quorum, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will apologize. I can't see everybody on screen today, so I have to, if I don't see you, please call out. So I'll look for approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Cox that the agenda for the August 12th, 2025 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
Okay, on the agenda, any questions or comments? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Opposed of any? Yes?
Just note the closed session was deferred. It's approval of this agenda.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the approval of this agenda here. We've already deferred the closed. So, okay. Next, I have. Do I have a disclosure appearing just by any member of council? Not seeing any. If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations for all sections, we have none. So, performance management, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, and good morning, Warden. Good morning, everybody. CCW 2025-215 with regards to Simcoe County Archives operations in Q2 2025. May have noticed in the paper yesterday that the archives are back up and running, so that's great news. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Accept the motion. Councillor Snell and Councillor Van Staveren, thank you very much. The motion being that item CCW 2025-215 dated August 12th, 2025 regarding Simcoe County Archive operations in Q2 of 2025 be received. All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Moving on to the second item that I have this morning, CCW 2025-211 with regards to the museum Matthews Innovation and Transportation Gallery project phases. Can I have a mover and a seconder for discussion, please? Councillor Norris, thank you, and Councillor Laux, thanks very much. Motion is that item CCW 2025-215 dated August 12th, 2025 regarding the Simcoe County Museum Matthews Innovation and Transportation Gallery expansion project phases be received, and that the approved phases 2 and 3 be adjusted to allow the original phase 3 to be completed in 2028 and original phase 2 to be complete by 2030. Are there any discussions or questions on these items? No? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Warden, I will send it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Chair Measures for Human Services. And just to comment, there is an in-camera section at the end of Human Services that the city reps are welcome to join us if we feel the need to go in camera. Councillor, go ahead, Chair Measures.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship. And when we get to that portion, I will turn the chair back to you for us to go in camera. Okay. All right, members of the House, we have the first item under 22-1, 22-2, and 22-3 are consent items. 201 is Hydro One Community Investment Grant. 213 is the Northern Ontario Evacuation Supports, and 214 is the TC Energy Build Strong Grant. Are there any questions or anybody would like any of those pulled? I don't see everybody here, so I'm just looking to make sure. All right, thank you. I'll read the recommendation that the following consent items having been given due consideration be received. Moved by Councillor Cabral and seconded by Councillor McClellan. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please. And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to 23, Human Services Long-Term Care Committee of Management. We do have item CCW 2025-212. It's the 2025-2026 Senior Community Grant, and it's the Resident Ambassador Program, something that we're pretty proud of here at the county. I'm not sure if Jane Sinclair has anything she wants to add to that. I was unfortunately not able to attend the meeting in regards to this. So if she is, please speak up. I don't see her on the screen. And nevertheless, is there anybody with any questions to this? All right, seeing none.
Councillor Sandu has his hand up.
Please do, Councillor Sonic.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. This is a good program, as you said. It is very good. When the 9-month program ends, what's the plan to fund this? How are we going to fund it? And the second question I have is the KPIs used to measure the success. What is that? And would there be a report back to council on the results of this program? And the third question, sorry, I just had three, is there's funds allocated for branded uniforms, $5,200. What's the rationale for the branded uniform, or could that be scaled down and use those funds to buy more supplies for this program?
All right, perhaps General Manager Sinclair, are you available?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those questions. I've written them down, so please let me know if I haven't addressed all of the questions. The first one is regarding program sustainability. And these funds, the $24,000 that we received, is for startup. So this will augment our existing Simcoe Strong volunteer program, where we have several hundred volunteers across our 4 program areas now. What makes this particular program unique is that it is actually residents that are living in our senior housing campuses of care. So it's got a little bit of nuance because it is our actual residents. And these funds truly are startup for program supplies, registering, and the question around the uniforms. We take great pride in our volunteer program, and we currently have vests that are County of Simcoe branded, and it's dual purposes. It's not only for volunteers, so they have a really sense of pride and contribution to our seniors programs at each of our 4 locations, but it's also for identification purposes, so that both residents living in our long-term care homes and our seniors programs and their families and visitors can readily identify these individuals. And it's very common practice in many organizations that have volunteer pools. So we actually have an ongoing program with our Simcoe Strong program, where we supply vests for each of the volunteers for that purpose. We wanted to have a little different identity because these are our own residents. And so that's really the startup funding. Beyond the establishment of this new component, we already have a volunteer coordinator that will continue to recruit, make sure they receive the education, meet all the volunteer criteria, et cetera, going forward. So we will not require additional funds once the program is up and running. In terms of KPIs and reporting, that's a great question. We do collect statistics on our volunteers. So not only the number of volunteers, but the types of volunteerism that is happening and the hours of volunteers each year. And it's something that we report, we collect and report regularly. It's part of our scorecarding program, and it's something that we also reference every year. We have an annual volunteer program, and we provide those detailed statistics as part of that annual process, where we thank our volunteers. And I think the uniforms, as I mentioned, that is common practice. It really does help readily identify who is there to provide support. They're not staff, they're volunteers, which is a very different role, and it really does help with that identification for both residents and families and to our own staff. So I hope I've answered those questions for you.
Thank you. You have Jim Sinclair.
Thank you, Jane, for those comments. Are there any others that have any questions in regards to this report? All right, I'm not seeing any. Can I
Councillor Cox, I think.
Cox, oh, there you are. Okay, see, you're on the next page. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. No, it's not your problem.
Okay.
I have to move the page. So.
I just wanted to commend Jane on this. I think that this is excellent. I think it's a wonderful way for everyone to feel part of a community in the homes. And once again, you have come through with some really great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass that along to our team. Thank you.
And well done, volunteers, also. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any others. Okay, thank you, Council. How about I ask for Councillor Anderson and Councillor Cox to move and second this recommendation that CCW 2025-212 dated August the 12th, 2025 regarding the 2025-2026 Senior Community Grant Resident Ambassador Program be received, and that staff proceed with the project funded by the 2025-26 Seniors Community Grant as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-212. Nothing further? I'll call the resolution. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Moving to 24, it's our Human Services Land Ambulance section. Significant schedules attached to this. Very good report. Perhaps, Jane, you'd like to outline something in this before I go to the full motion. Ms. Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very exciting update. As Council will remember, we, with changes to the Ambulance Act, we were able to create some new models of care rather than just respond to 911 emergency calls, treat and transport to the closest hospital. It affords us an ability to have alternatives. So treat and refer, treat and alternate destinations, for example. So we're really getting the patient the right care at the right time by the right resource. Our first model of care was hospice, which has been a great partnership with all of our local hospice organizations, and it's been very successful. And this report focuses on our newest model of care, which is mental health and addictions. And it includes data sharing agreements with the Royal Victoria Regional Health Center and our Community Mental Health Center. With this particular program, it is only just beginning. So we have two partners at the table right now that provide alternate options for these individuals. And we are continuing to work with partners to grow this program so that we can offer even more options in terms of referrals and alternate destinations. So we are very excited about this program in particular and are pleased to bring this information to County Council today.
All right, well done, Jane, and well done to our paramedic team leadership. That's great. Are there any questions from the floor for this extensive report? Looking across my screen, oh, there's no questions. Nothing that I can see. Okay, well, thank you very much, Jane. Perhaps I can ask Councillor Rawson and perhaps Councillor Prost to move and second this important item. The item is CCW 2025-200, dated August the 12th, 2025, regarding the paramedic services model of care update be received, and that Council direct the General Manager and County Clerk to sign an extension memorandum of understanding with the participating hospice organizations for the patient model of care alternative destination hospice model Schedule 1, and that Council direct the General Manager and County Clerk to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Royal Victoria Hospital for the patient model of care alternative destination mental health and addiction model Schedule 2, and to allow for information and data sharing. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Looks like it's everyone. Call that unanimous, Your Worship. Thank you. We're going to move to item 25, which is the closed session. As I said, I would like to pass the chair back to His Worship to conduct the closed session.
Thank you. Does anybody, everybody's got the report? You want to go in camera, Councillor Leduc? Yes? Okay, so then I will read the motion. And just a reminder to Council, while in camera, it's only item 2025-219 that we'll be discussing. So I have a motion that the Committee of the Whole resolve into closed session at, well, let's say 10 o'clock, under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board. Moved by, looking for Councillor Leduc, second by Councillor Sandu. All in favor? That is carried. So we do have a few folks in the house here we have to clear out, so just give us a moment. Okay, we are good. So now I'll read the public motion. The direction, it was moved by Councillor Sondu, second by Councillor Norris. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within the confidential item CCW 2025-219 dated August 12, 2025 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local government be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. And that was voted on and carried. Next, back to you, Councillor Measures, for other matters. Chair Measures, my apologies.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Members of the House, are there any further items, other matters for consideration underneath Human Services? Seeing none, I thank you very much, and I will return the chair back to His Worship. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we've been at it for a while. We dealt with a governance issue. Now we're going to get into waste management, which I know will take some time. So why don't we take a bio break and come back at 10:30, and then I'll turn it over to Chair Dolan. Thank you. live and confirming everybody's still have a quorum, correct? We still have our quorum, so I will turn it over to Chair Dolan.
Thank you, Warden. We're on item 27, which is corporate services consent. There are 3 consent items on the agenda today. 27.1, annual monitoring reports summary for landfill sites. 27.2, a letter from Oro Medonte regarding the Oro Moraine, and item 3, a letter from the town of BWG regarding strengthening recycling access and expanding the Ontario Deposit Return Program. Did anyone want to pull any of these items? Councillor Leduc.
Yes, Madam Chair, if you could just pull the letter from reference number 27.3, just for discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, why don't we go to that item first then for discussion, Councillor Leduc, and then we'll see if there's any amendments required.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to this. I know the county is doing great work with the province. I know Mr. McCullough and his team is working hard to get those small businesses included, the faith, the not-for-profits into the program with the recycling that the province is promoting. I just wanted to see if council would support a letter from the warden sending this again to the province, asking them to review section 391 of the Municipal Act to ensure that we do gain our small business communities that are very in need of the waste pickup. So I just wanted to see if council would support a letter from the warden indicating that the county council is in support of amending section 391 of the Municipal Act to endorse the recycling. So that's all I want to, Madam Chair. Hopefully council would support that.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask GM Elliott if he has any comments.
Thank you through you, Chair. I think the only thing I might add to this is obviously staff are supportive of, expanding the program as envisioned right now through the MECP. There is some ongoing dialogue with the MECP who seems to be opening their mind to allowing an opportunity through CMO or Circular Materials Ontario, in which case for these non-regulated entities such as small businesses, there could be an opportunity to have the municipality pay for those collections in the future. So I think as a general statement, yes, staff would agree to supporting this, and we will report back as we learn more through those ongoing discussions which are happening right now.
Thank you. So do you have a seconder, Councillor Leduc? So Councillor Fryer to second. And I'd ask the clerk to come up with a resolution that we can vote on. And while that's happening, if you could put it on the screen, clerk, that would be great. I'd just say I'd heard similar. I heard that MECP's meeting with CMO and that there's even murmurs you might hear something further at the conference later this week or early next week.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could just look for a little bit more clarity on the exact requests, it's that the warden write a letter to the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks to request the province consider, and I'm just, I think, looking for more detail. Section 391 of the Municipal Act talks about the fees and charges bylaw. So just kind of the general nature of what the mover and seconder are looking for would be helpful.
Councillor Duke.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. That's what I'm looking for, is that we endorse the changing of section 39121, which currently excludes most small volume. So I'm looking to actually have the province endorse, help us out with changing that section so that it includes small business, faith groups, and not-for-profit. So that's basically what I'm asking. And I know, like GM Elliott said, that the county's been doing a lot of work and getting some great stuff, and our chair has said that something at AMO might come, but just a letter from the warden suggesting that we're all in favor of that. That's enough data? I'm not sure.
Clerk McGill, does that help?
Yeah, I think it does. And maybe if I could have the GM, Madam Chair, if we could have the GM and the director potentially comment here to make sure I have this correct, but that the warden write a letter to the MECP to request the province consider amendments to legislation to allow collection from the IC&I sector. Is that what it's specific to, Councillor Leduc, the IC&I sector? And maybe we could just have staff give me a hand here and comment.
Through the chair, I might invite Director McCullough to speak to some specific language that he would be comfortable supporting as staff.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Dolan, we as staff don't have any concern with the amendment or the motion as it's currently noted. I would note 391-21 is actually the blue box regulation, so it's not the municipal act that is requested, but I believe that's actually in the background of the letter from Bradford West Gwillimbury as well. So I think what the clerk read suits us.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Do people need to see it? Are we generally happy with the content? Okay, then I'll.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could just add, I think I'm a little bit more clear here. We're talking about the blue box regulation 391-21, not the municipal act here. So that's become clear to me, and we'll include that in the motion. But it is just an advocacy letter from the warden.
Right, absolutely. Okay, all those in favor of that advocacy letter? That is carried. So that takes us then to a motion that the following consent items having been given due consideration be received. So that would be the first two, 27-1 and 27-2. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Miskimins and seconded by Councillor Laux. All those in favor? That is carried. Next is item 28, corporate services planning, and 28.1, an application for a settlement area boundary expansion in Bradford West Gwillimbury. Any comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Michael Smith and seconded by Councillor Sondu, that CCW 2025-196 dated August the 12th, 2025 regarding an update to an application by IGC Gulf Incorporated, Bayview Wellington Highlands Incorporated, and 25-23951 Ontario Incorporated to amend the County of Simcoe official plan be received, and that the county planning staff proceed to process and evaluate the County of Simcoe official plan amendment application, including hosting a statutory public meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. Although any final questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? Any contrary? That is carried. And next is solid waste management, item 29.1. I'm going to turn it over to GM Elliott, but I just wanted to comment first that there is a scheduled confidential Schedule 2 to the report. So if anybody wants to talk about that report, I'll pass it back to the warden to go in closed session for that discussion of just that Schedule 2. There is no new information on Schedule 2. It is the same information that you saw on June 24th or 25th or whenever we were last together. So now I'll turn it over to GM Elliott.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. And just to remind the rest of council, this is not a new item. This has been before council at the last meeting. It was deferred. So the report has not changed. There's no new content in the report. So we do not plan to go through our presentation again. This is staff recommendation to increase our organics capture. And with that, though, Director McCullough does want to have a moment to just make a few comments about the program as well before it's open up to the floor. So if I can pass it over to Rob McCullough, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Dolan. wanted to express at the beginning the staff respects council's decision on this, but I wanted to summarize in lieu of representing the whole rigmarole we went through last time, just briefly go through why the report has the recommendation that it does. And to start out with, the report's here before you today for various reasons, including you requested it. So we brought report early part of this year, I believe March, in on the waste tonnages and audit reports that we achieved in 2024. And what we found is that the county diversion rates remain flat, continuing to hover around 65%. The 46% of what's in the curbside garbage stream is organics and offers the greatest potential for higher diversion. And 25% of serviced units do not use the organics card at all. Council in the past has shown a strong inclination to increase waste diversion from disposal, benefiting the environment. And I would say that even, I believe it was last year, the county CCAP plan states that to decrease emissions due to garbage disposal, the county should consider increasing the organics capture rate from our current 54% to 95% by 2050. Our initiative last year substantially increased our promotion and education's expenditures for organics diversion to try and increase that diversion, but really there was only a small increase of a few tons for that whole year of 2024. Actually, we increased the amount of units by a higher percentage. So staff put that report together that's before you today with options to increase the organics diversion for your consideration. We recommended option 1, which is garbage collection would only occur at a unit that has an organics card out for collection as well, because what we saw over the last year is education alone does not move the mark enough when it comes to increasing organics capture. We will always do a promotion and education program. I'm not saying we won't, but significantly increasing the budget did not see a similar increase in the tonnage. Policy change is a proven way to increase organics capture, as we saw when we went to every other week garbage collection. And option 1 is the least impactful financially and the most likely to have the highest increase in organics diversion. As with any change, there will be opposition. Both last year and this year, we've seen various communications come back, but the major one we've seen is with regard to backyard composting. And we continue to recommend and support home backyard composting. But by weight, only half of what can go in your backyard composting or what you produce can go in your backyard composting. The other half really does need to go into the organics. And by not doing that, that means materials like dairy products, greases, fats, meat, bones, fish, shellfish, nuts and shells, cooked food, paper tissues, towels, plates, cups, wax paper, parchment paper, popcorn bags, egg cartons, popsicle sticks, toothpicks, chopsticks, sawdust, dryer lint, pet waste, hair, and feathers would be going into the garbage instead of going into the organics. Some residents have noted they don't have enough waste to put the organics out. We're not requiring an amount right now in organics curbside, and basically this means 26 times a year you would have to put organics out to get garbage collection. It's not every week that we're looking. It's only when garbage collection is occurring. And if some residents don't generate garbage except to put it out once a month, then you only need to put out the organics cart once a month. We continue to recommend to put organics out on a weekly basis to cut down on the negatives that can come with it if organics are stored longer. So basically, we presented in this report to you 6 options. The first one I'm just going over is the recommended option, garbage collected only with organics. Option 2, a more significant targeted promotion and education, which would include a technology component, and that's what confidential Schedule 2 is dealing with. Number 3 was higher enforcement curbside. Option 4 is just an increased promotion education package to the whole county. Option 5 was changing garbage to every 4 weeks, and option 6 was status quo. And with that, I turn it back to you, Chair Dolan. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this report? I would just like to say that I was the one to ask for the deferral because it was a joint committee and council meeting at the end of June. I wanted time to be for residents to be able to get back to us and provide comments so that it wouldn't be, rushed through. And so that's why it's back to us now. Councillor Miskimings.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. And this time I've had resident feedback. So I appreciate Chair Dolan asking for us to defer it till now so we can get out to our constituents and pose the question to them. In Tiny, and I am going to speak about Tiny because those are the residents that engaged with me, 40% of our residents are seasoned. Putting out an organics bin with their garbage in order to get the garbage picked up, it's not always going to work for them, and they have expressed that quite feverishly with me. I think the opportunity still exists with the 46% of organics that are going in curbside waste. That's the capture we need to go after. Going after those that choose not to participate, I think all we're going to hear and continue to get is backlash, dirty roads, people just chucking their garbage wherever. We see it when we make changes. I don't think this is the right approach right now. I think we can continue to do more and better education. And I know you guys have done an outstanding job in getting that message out. When we talked about this last year, you tried some new things. I think one of the opportunities is around NIMBYism. We don't want more landfill sites anywhere in Simcoe, and I think that is the turning point that we can capture it, and not to say it's scare tactics, but the truth exists that we are soon going to be out of space and that garbage needs to go somewhere. So the opportunity with organics still exists. 46% in black garbage bags is huge. That's the opportunity that we need to seize, and we need to think about how do we educate and get that stuff into the green bin. And I think by forcing the hand and coming down heavy-handed on our residents is not the solution. So I am not going to vote in favor of green and black going out at the same time in order to have your garbage connected. But I will vote in favor for increased education. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I could not get off of mute. I have everybody on a list here, so I'll go next to Councillor Snell. I have you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. If many may recall, I spoke in favor of this last time when it came up for discussion. I felt that change is uncomfortable for all of us, but we've adapted to our recycling shopping bags as an example. But I appreciate Chair Dolan's request, as Councillor Miniskis mentioned as well, to take a pause to be able to have conversations. And I have with my fellow councillors at my lower tier municipality and some residents. And unquestionably, their feedback is not in favor. Much like Tiny, Wasaga Beach has a strong predominance of seasonal weekender residents, and there's lots of concern around community beautification, garbage being left out, spreading around, lots of issues. So I'm not sure that I can vote in favor based on that feedback at this time for the recommendation. Just a question to staff: have we considered any kind of rewarding opportunity versus penalizing for lack of participation?
Director
I just consider the fact that we have over 500,000 here in Simcoe County, and perhaps there might be a corporate partner like Canadian Tire, for example, that would love a marketing collab with us, where residents get the opportunity to get a gift card or something if they consistently participate. Just spitballing ideas, but has a reward system been considered versus a penalization to increase participation?
Director McCullough?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Chair Dolan. We have actually run a program like that in the past. It didn't result in a significant change. We had sort of a gold star program, which rewarded people that the contractors felt were doing a great job by consistently having organics out. We also had a program where people would tell us their stories and would be entered into a draw, and we did work with local businesses for sort of gift cards and that sort of thing. So it was a feel-good program. It certainly got it talked about in the media a little bit. I don't think it really moved anyone that was against the program or not participating in the program into the program. We don't have hard numbers on that, but I can say from our tonnages, we didn't have a significant adjustment when we did run those programs. We don't have the technology to be able to without looking at something like option 2 to determine exactly who is participating on a week in, week out basis and be able to get some sort of result that says 48 out of 52 weeks they had their organic spins out. And that is unfortunately very expensive to be able to gather that. So that would be a hurdle that would have to be overcome to look at that sort of program.
Just as a supplementary, if I could, Chair Dolan.
Go ahead.
How long ago was that program activated? Do you recall, just even ballpark?
I think the one where we did was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, where we did the draw to reward those people who are doing a good job. The Gold Star program was a significant, maybe 10 to 12 years ago, I would say.
Okay, just as an afterthought, you know, obviously technology and marketing has changed considerably in even the last 2 years, you know, in terms of algorithms and being able to get into people's reels. So just to put it out there, maybe to reconsider revisiting that program to see if it might change your results based on the marketing tools technology now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Measures.
All right, thank you, Chair Dolan. I have to say I was disappointed back at the last time we met when this report first appeared in our agenda. As a result, it did not bring forward any significant changes other than those that we had discussed back in March or even earlier. However, this report now with us in given an opportunity to discuss with some members of our council as well as members of my neighborhood. I had a conversation with a few members in my own neighborhood about this, and I must say that people are using their green bins. Many people are using their own backyard composting, and as a result, many people do not put out their green bin because there's one single bag in the bottom of the bin. And so I think they can stand for it to wait for 2 more weeks. And as you mentioned, Mr. McCullough, the negative aspects of storing organics, you know, during the winter months, they can deal with it because frankly, it just gets frozen. Nevertheless, I still stick by the message that I believe we are providing a service to our residents. It is considered a hard service, which is the waste collection and dealing with all of our waste, whether it be organics or recycling or waste. Managing waste sites is a hard service that all municipalities do, and so as a result, we have this great county of Simcoe that has a very good cooperative and collaborative, you know, delivery of this waste program. And I really disagree with the idea that we will not collect waste if they do not put out an organics bin. Right from the start, when we had this debate, council, it just seems wrong, because that's not the type of program that we should be delivering. We need to face the facts that it is a hard service that we have to run. It is expensive, for sure. It's part of our tax system, and we do the very best we can to deliver efficient and effective services and organics collection. is part of that. Frankly, it's only going to get better if there's a change in the culture of the people who are using it. And, when you ask society to change their culture in a lot of things, whether it be wearing seatbelts or, people smoking or any of these type of cultural activities, it takes a while. It really does. And I would encourage us to continue to keep the messaging up. Perhaps ask our neighboring districts and counties and regions to join forces and try to increase this messaging right across the province, and perhaps even reach out, as Councillor Snell suggested, to other corporate entities that may want to jump on the bandwagon and help us with that. So there's no way I can support this, Madam Chair, as it's delivered. Councillor Miskimins did indicate about the education program. If that's brought forward as an option, I may support that. At this time, I cannot support option one. As I said, we're looking at the same program that we already turned down once. And I think this is another example of where we need to really think outside the box and find some better solutions to this, or simply turn the page on the fact that we have to deliver a hard service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. I do agree with option one, other than I struggle with them having to put out their green bin if it's not full. But I did learn a lot about some of my residents of what their knowledge is and what it isn't, and I appreciate the graph that was made for what you can put in your green bin, what you can't put in your backyard cycling. So I did it in a reverse way. I asked them, because some of my residents, they have their own composting in the back, and I said, where do you put, say I put the lint, the dryer lint automatically in my garbage. And like most of the things that we have that we would never have ever thought that they would be allowed to go into our composting, even in our own organic green bin. There's just not enough, and it's not, I want to make sure everyone knows that it's not what our staff is not doing. It's just that somehow in the list of everything that we put out there, they're just not getting what goes where and what and why it shouldn't go in. I would love to have this graph duplicated, but more so why you're not being able to put those, like you're not allowed to put dairy, you're not allowed to put nuts, you're not allowed to put grease or anything in your backyard one, because that is where they struggle with, because we do have a lot of people that use that. I don't know what the answer is to not to penalize. The big worry for the residents, even the ones that are doing green bin, is that garbage will be left all over the place. They'll just strew it out. I mean, even sometimes out of laziness, they have garbage and they miss the day, they'll go and throw it out. So when you're not going to be picking up their garbage, they're not going to be able to hoard that garbage, especially in summer. And I always say your garbage should never have a smell if you're doing your organics and you're doing your recycling correctly. There is there just shouldn't be. So I would like more of this. And then even if we had those things out, and then it's up to us as municipalities to get that message out. We put out messages from the county, it goes on the TV, it goes on the radio, but we can reach our own residents, whether it's through a newsletter, whether it's whatever way it is, and through your libraries, through your very high traffic stores, put these things in and have them give them out. Because I think that they will actually heed to some of this, knowing that they can get all of that stuff into their green organics. And I just want to applaud our own staff on the great job that they do and come up with these ideas. And so we are one of the, I do live in Essa, but I also have a cottage in Romero, so we're one of the seasonals up there. But we still do the same thing, and it's only to do with what you get used to doing. And change is never good, because you're transporting this stuff back and forth, or if they don't have a place to put it. So I would caution everyone that we do need to do something. What it'll be and what will the change will be today to option one, because as we all know, we are not going to have spaces left. So I agree. I'm struggling with, the ones that don't have enough to put out, so they're not going to track it all the way down, especially long, like rural, where they have very long driveways, older people struggling with the going out and carting an empty one or a semi-empty one out. I have, so I just hope that we can find an area where we can actually drill home what the importance of this is. And so again, if you would through Rob, your department, put out something, but it can't just be you can put this in and you can't put this. You have to tell them why that stuff can't go in their own composting at the back. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try to be as brief as I can and not add more garbage to the garbage discussion. But I'll just start a quick little story. I mentioned it with governance the other day. I was driving back through Bradford and then through West Gwillimbury last week during garbage day. And you drive through East Gwillimbury and there's GIP trucks with two people heaving garbage bags and crap laying all over everybody's front lawn. So first of all, this is a reflection of council and staff and everybody. The difference is jarring. Sorry, garbage reference. That this program is working. You drive into West Gwillimbury and you saw the recycling bins out and it's clean. There's not crap all over the place. And I think it's a really good program. And I got to think it's cheaper than having two people on a truck. My look at this is that, long term, I think we're doing a good job. And I think when I look at the two bins on the side of the street, when I'm talking to my residents and to get their impacts by it, direct and indirect, I'd like to see the recycling bin become the garbage bin, i.e. the garbage bin should be really small. A lot of people tell me, oh yeah, no, I don't have much garbage. And I'm like, okay, well, so that's kind of where we're going. We want to encourage people to put bigger bin for the recycling and smaller bin for the garbage, and change that societal behavior, that transition. It's kind of like kids with bike helmets. I never wore a bike helmet, but you educate and you keep moving, and now everybody wears bike helmets, even me sometimes. So as I mentioned in past meetings, I do not believe in punitive measures. I think there's a number of logistical problems with this in terms of putting our drivers as enforcement people, in terms of the number of pickups that you're going to have now and the time that's associated with that. I think it's not a clean program right now. And we need to provide an opportunity for people to get honey, not vinegar, and be able to buy into the program. And I'll end on this. The one initiative I had, or one area that seemed to come up in terms of people, like, do you do your recycling bin? And one of the main reasons people did it, because their neighbors did. They go, oh yeah, everybody on my street does it. Oh, I better do it, or someone will not look. They might not, I'm not putting my bin out. And I think it's something we haven't mentioned before, but I think there's a whole, my neighbors are doing it, so I better do it so I don't look bad. If that's the reason or one way we can do it, and I don't honestly think it's much different than the bike helmet thing, everybody's doing it. Everybody changes their behavior slowly. I think that's the way to go. So I can't support number one in terms of punitive, but I don't want it to be an either or. I think we're doing good stuff. We really are, and it's just a matter now of a consistent, focused, and program of identifying. With the raccoons, I'm sorry, I don't know their names. I can't remember their names now, but that type of idea where, we start with different demographic groups and say, this is what does go in your recycle bin. You can put dog poop and recyclable bags in your recycling bin and save on garbage, and then appeal to people's better and more holistic and more beneficial backgrounds and their beliefs than trying to come up and say, you don't do this, you're in trouble. And I think the program's too successful to now start putting what I see as kind of a bit of a roadblock, and we're starting to cut our own selves up, and I don't want to see it go that way. So thank you, Chair. That's my comments on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McCullough, can you just walk us back a bit, so this report came forward, we said no, do more education. So we did that, we did more education, we came back and we said we did the education, it didn't move the dial. And then council recommended bringing this back. Can you just walk me through that?
Yeah, through you, Councillor Dolan. Yeah, your memory's 100%. So we, I believe in 23, identified this essentially option one as a possible way that we could look at changing our staled diversion rate, because we know how much organics is in the garbage. We did a great job before that when we went to every other week garbage. That changed things, but since we made that swap 4 or 5 years ago now, nothing's really changed. In fact, what we're seeing is a slight decline when you consider growth as part of it. Our tonnages have been fairly similar. So when we brought the report to council, there was a very close vote. In fact, it went in favor of implementing at committee, and when it came back to council, it flipped again, because some of the reach out that probably happened this time as well. We didn't bring it back up then, except we did bring a report back to council that showed a waste audit, which we did in-house, and had invited councillors to come and see the amount of materials that we were doing and how we did it. And I think those councillors that took advantage were surprised with the amount of organics that they were seeing in the garbage. We did some interesting look at the numbers. If you recall, one of the things that's in the report, and I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I believe it was somewhere around the people that weren't participating in organics, including those that use their backyard composter but still don't sort out the other material. Those people that generated garbage only and no organics were actually 75% by weight higher than residents in garbage that didn't. And I think because of those and those other stats I mentioned earlier, that we still see the major component in the garbage bin is actually organics, not garbage. They're by a significant factor. That council wanted us to say, well, maybe we should look at that again, and let's look at what options are available to us. So that's why staff came back with a report that looked at more options than we looked at previously, and wanted to provide that to council, as council was a little worried about the stats we were seeing at the time. At least that's the information we got as staff from the council meeting, and that's why we brought it back to you. We will always do, and I like some of the ideas that are have been thrown around here, and we will always be working with promotion and education, just because that's not part of the status quo. That's something that we always do. We always are looking at new promotion education ideas, and we need to determine what council's direction is here before we can come up with that new approach, because obviously our promotion education program is going to be geared towards the selected option, even if that selected option is status quo.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Cox.
So far, Severn does have a lot of residents part-time, and we also have an issue with people who camp and they go along and they park it at the end of someone's driveway, and those people have already gone home. Like we have different issues, same issues but different. The other one, when we first started this whole program, the education was very community geared. Your group came to fairs, events, they told everybody, they got everybody keen on it. They were at schools, they got them all keen on it. And I think that was great. But I think it's done a slump. And I just think that if organics are the big thing that you want to increase, then you're not only going to tell people what to put in the organics, you're going to tell people what to put in garbage. I'm constantly seeing styrofoam. I mean, and things that, that's not garbage. We all know that, and it's garbage, but it shouldn't be, but we can't go there. Anyway, I think we need to get back to the fact of using something which everybody has already said, education, and utilizing the fact that our biggest one is organics. I talk to so many people about this. Organics are gross. there's bugs and there's worms and smells and I'm sorry, Sandy, but you know what? My garbage sometimes smells because sometimes somebody in my house doesn't always wash everything off, the meat things. But hey, that's the way it is. But I think those types of things are the things we have to look at. And I think it will work. And I think townships, communication staff can help out. I think there's a lot of people who can help out. It's already been said, but we need to go at it in a different way. I think that we've done it. And I even have people, which I was very surprised about, who said, well, it only saves 130,000 a year. They actually read the report and listened. And their thing was, well, you go through all that and you start telling people what to do and that's it. I'm like, oh, well, if you've read the report, I think that's very excellent that you're paying attention. So I believe that we need to go ahead with more education, and it needs to be a little more like we did at the beginning, with some really innovative and exciting things to do. And I really believe going to events is a big one. Like, look at all the events that happen in Simcoe County, and people are there. They just need to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to start by saying I'm so happy that Councillor Evan wears his helmet sometimes. A couple of things. In Wasaga Beach, we have as high as 30%, sometimes even higher, depending on the week or weekend in Wasaga Beach in the summer that are short-term residents. And my concern here in speaking to several of our residents, because garbage just isn't a hot topic here at this table. It's you get in a room and bring up the subject of garbage and waste management, and I think you'd be really surprised how many people want to chat about it, which is a good thing. So there's a few things. I mean, other than us worrying or me being worried about, if these garbage cans aren't picked up, and because they are often part-time residents or visitors, they are probably not separating very well. And so now we've got garbage sitting on the side of the street in cans that is just, doing its thing, which is never pleasant. And then you get the animals and cats and rats and elephants and whatever else. So I really can't support that we won't pick up garbage if a green bin isn't out. But here's what I hear from my residents in Wasaga Beach. Number one is with respect to the blue bin, can residents get a second or third blue bin? And I hear this from families who have, 3 or 4 kids, where blue bin every other week is not enough. And so because of that, they end up they've got to put it somewhere. So now the blue bin's full, it goes into the garbage. And I say, you can get clear bags and blue bags, but again, if it's not easy or it costs more, the answer always is, why should I have to pay more? I'm already paying for this service. So can they get more blue bins? Number two, with respect to the green bin, a question I often hear is, why do we have to use these special bags? They're expensive. It's a pain. Why can we not just put product in the blue bin? We realize we'll have to clean out or wash out our blue bins every so often, but it's easier. And I guess what I'm getting at here is, the easier we make it for people, I think the better chance people are going to use the system. The more difficult it is or more costly it is, the less chance people are going to use the system. And then, of course, we've got quite a few seniors in Wasaga Beach who struggle already to get one bin to the curb, never mind 2, especially in the wintertime. And so I think we've really got to consider that. I want to commend staff, because I think the County of Simcoe and Rob and his team have done a phenomenal job at waste diversion, period. We can always do better, we know that. And what I also believe is that although we may not have seen a big uptick, if at all, with respect to the education around the green bin, I agree with many of my other colleagues where sometimes education takes time. And I'm not sure that we've given it enough time. So although I understand how important it is, I think that we really do have to find ways not only to educate more and maybe better, but make it as seamless and as easy for people to do as possible. Things that are difficult, people tend not to participate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lavoie, and then Councillor Norcross.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the other speakers and to staff in particular. From the way I see it, we are running on a landfill. There's a demonstrated cost savings, and there's a positive greenhouse gas effect, all things that we have identified as strategic initiatives. And so I would be in support of option one. If the parties want to delay that to a more convenient time, so maybe the seasonal residents aren't in play, that might be helpful. I think that the city of Toronto did that when they outlawed smoking in bars. That seemed to work. And if there wants to be further education, that's good as well. And I'd like to call for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavoie. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's quite interesting. Councillor Brian Smith, we have a large seniors retirement community too, Greenbrier, Briar Hill. And when I was speaking to them, they were saying that the community is so unique that there's 4 or 5 of them in different phases. Yeah, everyone takes a turn putting out the green bin and they all share it. So they don't have to take a green bin to the end of the driveway. They just got to walk over their little green bags. But however, I just wanted to share that. But education is imperative. And if we continue to do the education, I think one thing we have to ramp up is that we're telling everybody what they should put in, they can put in, they should be using it. I think we need to include the ramifications if compliance isn't increased, if it doesn't go from the 47, like if we don't get rid of that 47% and we don't drop it, this is going to be the outcome. We will have no choice but to do this because the landfill sites, they're going to be full, they're going to be closed. And so if you take your part and you do what you can, that would be great, but you will lose it if there's not compliance. And I think, if we do that education, make that component part of it, I think when people see that or understand that, wait, there are ramifications that are coming if I don't do this. So I just wanted to share those comments, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Greenlaw. And then Warden Clark.
Thank you very much, Chair Dolan. Great comments by both sides. It's not an easy decision. I do agree with Councillor Measures, who said culture change is what we have to do. It takes time, and education does work, although some people can't be convinced by education alone because they do not listen and they don't want to hear what is supposed to be done. No different than speed cameras. How many years and decades have we talked about speeding? And some people understand the monetary impacts and the consequences. So I think, we need to up the education component to be a little more convincing. And therefore, I will support option one. And as Councillor Evans also pointed out, if half or more of the people are putting green bins out on the street, the other half are embarrassed. And that's where peer pressure will help us get over the finish line. So I would support option one, and I think we have to up our game in the educational component, and we've done a great job to date. So thank you, Rob, for bringing this back, and Chair Dolan for deferring it so we could have a full conversation.
Thank you. Clark.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. The first thing I'll point out, we're in committee of the whole, so no, there won't be a recorded vote until it comes to council later in our agenda, and we can have the recorded vote then. I will support option one. Now, when I talk to folks on this issue, as soon as you mention any kind of change, they're absolutely opposed. No, we don't want any change. It was the same when we went to the large garbage containers, but now everybody loves them. But when you continue the conversation, should we be trying to reduce our garbage? Absolutely. Should we be trying to get more organics out of the garbage? Absolutely. Should we change? No. It's because people don't like change, but they want to see us move the needle, and I truly believe that. And I'm also a supporter of option 5, going to once a month, but I think the time to discuss that is when we're in negotiations with the contractor, when this contract runs out. I don't think now is the time to bring that one to the table. But this is the one that will give us the most bang and move the needle the farthest. So I think that's what folks want to see. They don't want to see change, but they want to see us improve. this is what will improve the most, and I'm willing to support that option going forward.
Thank you so much, Warden Clark, and then I had Councillor Leduc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am absolutely opposed to option 1. I am status quo option 6. I like Councillor Snell's idea about reward versus punitive actions. I mean, I can tell you that we did a study after our last change to the waste. We in Bradford, it equates to 4 ETFs in our community picking up garbage. Our one resident group went out in one of the wards and picked up over 70 bags of garbage out of ditches and areas that people are just throwing it. We for a while had somebody throwing diapers on our 8th line for a long time that we had to go and pick up. It was just, it just puts the onus back on us to go pick up garbage. People are not going to be happy. I get it. We want to increase organics. Education is the way to do it. We do it through the schools. The kids will bring that message home to the parents. The parents will finally get embarrassed about doing it and hopefully provide that organics increase that we're looking for. But this is not about our landfill site. It's coming to an end no matter what. In the report, it doesn't tell me how long we're going to extend it by increasing our organics by 15 or 20%. That's a great number to say, but it doesn't mean we're going to get that. Penalizing people is not what we're after here. We just create more garbage in our local ditches and things like that. So I can't support option 1. I can support option 6 with the education is already built into that option. So we've saved 1.8 million on our garbage contract when it came to organics processing. Let's pass that savings back onto the residents and have them use a reward program that says, if you put your green bin out, you're going to get rewarded for it. We have the capability of doing it. It's just a little extra work. And that's the problem. This is an easier solution for everybody to say, let's penalize. It's a much easier solution right now. Let's look at a reward program to help our residents to say, yes, we want more organics in our organics bin. I'm an avid user of it. I watch my residents around me. I had lots of calls from people that compost. They still do use their green bin, and it's education about what can go into composting and not. So to me, it's education, promotion. We will get there. This landfill site is going to be full. We have to deal with this eventually in the future, no matter what we do. Even if we remove 15 to 20% more of organics, our landfill site is going to be full. That's why I went to contracts. So I can't support option 6. It has to be, I can't support option 1. It has to be option 6 for me. And I'm not here to penalize our residents because we've already seen the impacts of making changes to our system by having people bring more garbage to the transfer stations. We're getting people paid to bring people's garbage out there, and they're actually taking the money and they're dropping the garbage in the ditches. So I have residents around Bradford, West that actually walk a lot of areas and pick up a lot of garbage, and it's our staff that they're calling our staff, and our staff are having to go and pick that stuff up. So this is just, I want to put, whether we like it or not, garbage is created, organics is created, and we need to deal with it. And I say that option 6 with better promotion can work for us, and we can increase that. We're still a leader throughout Ontario when it comes to diversion. So I support option 6.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much. Well, there's a couple things I wanted to talk about. I guess first, when this initially came up, I did ask Rob what savings we would have and how we would extend the landfill by implementing this. It won't extend our landfills at all, not by one day. So this is a lot of work. I think we're being paid by our residents to provide a service. Now we're going to tell them we're going to police them, make sure they're doing it right. I can't get there. I think it's just a nightmare. I do want education. I do want to improve it. I do agree with all those things. I just can't get to that point where we're actually out policing, and I don't believe for a second it's going to save money. The amount of money it's going to cost to police, the paperwork, administration work, it's going to be a nightmare. So I don't see any cost savings, no landfill savings. I just don't see the benefit of initiating something like this, except for it's just going to be all cost to the taxpayer at this point. So I can't support it.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Fryer, and then it looks like we've got some people who want to speak for the second time. Councillor Fryer?
Thank you. And I'm not going to go into a lot of the reasoning. I'm not going to be in support generally for the reason of I can't see penalizing people who are already participating at this point in time. Perhaps when we do get into the negotiations about the garbage collection in the future, that would be the time that I could support it. But at this point, I can't. And I just wanted to make sure that I put my position forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miskimings?
Thanks, Chair Dolan, for indulging me. As I've listened to the conversation, I try to think about what's the root cause here and what are we trying to get at? Is this about participation rates or is it about diversion rates? Because forcing people to put out that green bin forces the participation rate, doesn't necessarily enforce a diversion rate. And what happens to people that may choose to bastardize the principles of why we're doing this? What happens to all that contaminated organics? Does that just create more of a problem for us? So I think the education is the key. And as I've heard the conversation around Clearwater with Saga ourselves, being seasonal and even Romero for that point. If people do have seasonal residents there, and let's say they're in Richmond Hill or they're in Toronto or they're in Mississauga, each of those communities have different rules for organics. So again, I go back to the old, when we were first introducing this in Simcoe, we had these wonderful fridge magnet stickers. Now that might be something passe because everybody has stainless steel and they don't stick. But I think I've still got the magnets on my fridge on the side of it that told you about what went into what. And things have changed since then. And that's what leads to confusion. When we have people dealing with different municipalities and different options as to what can go in there, they get confused. And the easiest way out, as we've said, is to throw it in the regular garbage bin. So we're not changing behaviors. If we're truly about getting that increased diversion rate, then we need to change those behaviors, as been mentioned. And I think educating people on this is the key. And if we go back to the waste audits that we did, where we found that 46% of the garbage contained organic material, do we have some common themes out of what's being found in the household waste? And do we need to rechange and target those items? Because obviously there's a misconception with our residents as to what goes into organics versus what goes into household waste. So I think we need to relook at this. And again, I'm not supportive of forcing our residents to have their garbage picked up only if a green bin empty, full of different materials that's not even organics in there. I think we're heading in the wrong direction with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snell.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again, Chair Dolan. Just listening to some of the conversation, I just wanted to flesh out a little bit of further ideas to my earlier suggestion. I think rather than investing in the technology to monitor whether people are participating to look at a reward system, we could do a collab with the both public, private, and Catholic school systems throughout the county and do a green bin superhero kind of campaign, put together a really good $500, $1,000 prize opportunity where, that the teachers support it to the point and are directed by the school board to ask the question on a weekly basis, who's been a green bin superhero this week? And, so that it keeps the conversation going. I also think that from an education piece around the reality of that we don't have space, I don't think that can come through the raccoons. The raccoons are cute and cheerful and sweet and memorable, but I think it needs to be a stronger, more in-your-face campaign that use it or lose it kind of idea. So I just wanted to sort of put those two out for staff's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snell. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. As I said before, I think that we have to do something. One, I do think force always ends up with retaliation. But I do think that maybe one of the ways that we could get that list out, because we're talking green bin, is by giving a bag. Because one of the things, and I think Councillor Smith had mentioned it too, is the cost of the bags. Yes, they can just put their, I don't know if they can or they can't, but if they put their organics just in there, that would be something that no one would ever want to open. They'd open it once and that would be it. So they wouldn't be utilizing it that way. But giving them bags for their first times or whatever, and a chance to win your bags, but also with that information on what goes in and what doesn't go in on your own land. Because I think at the end of the day, I think everyone would probably try to do a little bit better. And I do agree with Councillor Snell's with giving some kind of a prize at the end of the day. Everyone likes, and a lot of people are competitive. So a competitive of anything is usually a good way to start something. But at the end of the day, we do have to do something. And but I do agree that we'll have garbage everywhere if we decide that we're going to penalize. So I will not be able to support it as it's written, but I agree with it. But I do look at the bigger picture of all the mess that will be left behind. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Can you just speak to the green bin liners and what options might be other than the expensive bags?
Certainly, through you, Chair Dolan. There are a number of options. I will probably be bringing back a report in a couple of years' time, just to explain why some programs allow plastic and some programs don't allow plastic. Plastic is never compostable, but some processors, oftentimes things like City of Toronto, who have their own processing for it, can guarantee that their next processing contract can continue to remove that plastic. We've been in the position that we didn't know where our long-term processor was going to be until quite recently. So we needed to remain mobile and keep plastic out of the organics, because once it's in, it's going to be very hard to ever remove that, so that it would have limited the number of locations that we could have taken our material to. The current location we take our material to does accept organics in plastic, although there's a significant surcharge price that's over and above the cost per processing ton right now. The long-term location that we'll be going to in just a couple of years, they're working on up in Dundalk. There's no actual price difference whether we bring it to them in plastic or compostable bags. So that is something we could consider at that time. So that's something that we'll be thinking about and bringing back to council at some future point. Perhaps that's not too far away from us right now. But that's the real reason for plastic or not plastic. And now I would say in the old days, going back 5 years, when people weren't using your reusable grocery bags, that's what those plastic grocery bags were mostly used for. I would say that if we allowed plastic, we don't have those plastic grocery bags that most people would use anymore. So they're going to have to be purchasing something. A plastic bag is probably slightly cheaper than a compostable bag. So I understand the position, but there probably would still have to be a purchase of that. That's why that's out. And while I have the opportunity, there was a question earlier about recycling extra carts. So I just note that we do allow up to one extra cart per location. People can just call our customer service. There's a $50 delivery charge, but we do allow additional carts for recycling and one additional cart for organics as well. Obviously, there's not an additional cart for garbage because we're trying to pull material out from that. But hopefully I've answered your question with regards to the compostable bags.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I, much like many of you, have had a deluge of emails and calls, primarily from older folks in our community, with the concerns that I won't echo again, that we've already heard. But one of the, when I was brainstorming with a couple of them, like explaining the circumstances and why we're trying to do this, a few of them, more than one, definitely brought up the fact that they were given these gargantuan garbage cans that are carts that are far larger than what we all used to use for the most part. Prior to the rollout of the new system, they're very happy with the new system, but maybe the incentive is to, claw back all of those ginormous garbage cans and give everybody the smaller one that is an option that some people have opted to switch to just because they don't have the space in their garage or whatever. But if everyone was presented with a smaller garbage can, there's an incentive to divert right there, because you don't have this, cavernous thing that holds like 8 bags of garbage that goes out every couple of weeks. So, Rob, is that being something you consider? That, I get it's an additional cost because we don't know if we have how much stock we have on these smaller ones, but if we were to roll this out by clawing back the large garbage cans, except for those who expressly need it, or say they need it, and just issue everybody the smaller garbage can. That might really help with the uptake without, more of the carrot approach rather than the stick approach that we're being asked to approve today. Any thoughts on that?
Director?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. That's something we did look at very closely when we were rolling out the program. We chose the 240 liter as the normal amount. That's actually smaller than what you'd see in the States. It was about 33% bigger than our current limit, which was one bag every week. So 2 bags over a 2-week period. The 240 liters considered to be basically a 3-bag garbage limit. So that was discussed with the council at the time. We did put out that the smaller one was probably what the average household would need. And it was decided at that time that we needed consistency. So we went with 240. The cart switch was already going to be a big one. Could we do it now? Yes. The cost would be substantial. Those carts that are out there, the 240 liter carts, if we replace them all with 120 liter carts, just the capital cost would be in the neighborhood of $7 million. And then the actual cost to go around and pick up the old ones and replace them would be over and above that. So it wouldn't be a cheap thing to do. That's for certain.
Thank you. Councillor Cox.
So, Rob, now that you've said if someone wants an extra one and you said it's a $50 delivery, I'm going to get, well, what if I want to pick it up?
Thank you for the question. That we don't have that ability. So essentially, it's not we don't supply our sites. We have a central location where we store them and dispatch them from, and it doesn't have staff full time. If you wanted us to increase our staffing, so we had someone there that could do that, we could look at that, but we don't have the ability.
No, I just knew that someone will ask me that question now that we've heard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from folks? I'm just going to add on a couple. So history is told, first of all, we know change is hard, no matter what that change is, but when it's change and it includes waste, it's harder. But we've done it. We've gone from every week garbage to every other week garbage. And if you thought the sky was going to fall, that was the time the sky was going to fall. And now people are just used to it. And I can't imagine going back to every week garbage after going to every other week. The same when we switched to the cart system. I've never had more calls about anything other than that. And now people love it. The only time we've significantly moved the needle on our diversion rates was when we went to every other week garbage. So will it be hard? Yes. Will people moan and complain? Yes. Will it help? Yes, it will. The only thing that, and I understand it won't move the needle on existing landfill sites, but anybody who lived through Site 41, I know that there is staff that would never even dream of going through that again. So, and then finally, the piece about penalizing. So, like it or not, that's the role we play. You get a ticket if you drive too fast or if you go through a red light. If you let your property maintenance standards go awry, somebody's going to clean it up and charge you for it. Like that's what we do. We tell everybody how many dogs they can have, how fast they can drive on a road, and we tell them what day they put their garbage out and what they can put in their garbage. So yeah, we have rules. But I think that moving the needle on this isn't going to happen without some significant policy change. And with that, I did get some calls, not as many as it sounds like many of you got, but one gentleman said, I only put my green bin out every other week. I don't want to drag it out to the curb every week. And I said, you don't have to. Every other week is fine, because that's how often you put your garbage out. And then again, heard a lot about composting. And as Councillor McDonald said, you know, oh, what do you do with your pet waste? What do you do with bones? What do you do with grease and fat? Those types of things were really important too. And not only important to the County of Simcoe, but important to our water and wastewater operators, because typically that grease, oil, and fat then is going down the drain and not into the garbage bin. So I'll leave it with that and look around if there's any other comments. Seeing none. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that's printed in your agenda, unless someone else has an alternative they wanted to put forward. Councillor Rawson, are you moving or did you have a comment?
I'll move it.
Okay, and Councillor Greenlaw is seconding. So this, just to be clear, this, well, I'll read it and then it'll be truly crystal clear. That item CCW 2025-163 dated June 24th, 2025 regarding the program to increase organics capture be received. And that option 1 to implement a program where a garbage cart will only be collected if a resident uses and places their organics cart out for collection starting November 1st, 2025 is generally outlined in item CCW 2025-163 be approved, and that the delivery fee for an organics cart be reduced to $25 from October the 1st, 2025 until December 31st, 2025 as generally outlined in CCW 2025-163. Comments or questions on that? I had one small change. I would ask the mover and the seconder if they might be inclined to it starting January 1st, 2026, as opposed to November 1st, 2025. And I'll give you my rationale is that, you know, Christmas is a stressful time. There's lots of people over, lots of company, lots of Christmas parties. You know, having not maybe read up on this and not getting your garbage picked up the month of December might be stressful for some folks, and that would give us more time to get, even if we started the process by putting like a little sticker on it saying, as of January 1st, you know, if you don't have your green bin out, it's not happening. So I'm asking the mover and the seconder if they see any. Councillor Rawson, yes. Councillor Greenlaw, yes. So with an amendment then to January 1st, 2026, and I'll just ask Director McCullough if that gives staff heartburn in any way.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. I think it would give our communications department a bit of a heartache. It's very hard to promote something in the weeks before Christmas and New Year's, and with it starting on New Year's Day, essentially, it's going to be a message that may be difficult to share with our residents, simply because of all the different ads that are coming out at that time of the year. That is a difficult time to implement a new program January 1st, because that's when we normally want to step up our public relations with respect to the advertising that we're doing. And there's a lot of noise that time of year that's difficult to break through. That's why we were hoping to look at November 1st to be able to start that up.
So then a thought then, could you start it November 1st, but give leniency through the month of December? Would that be?
Well, that's what we're sort of trying to do with the October sort of soft start, where we'd be labeling that. Oh, sorry, November 1? No. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. No, November 1st is when the hard start would be. October 1st is when the soft start would sort of be, that we would be working then. Is that right, Laura? Yeah, and so if you wanted to put it off, I'd say you could probably do February 1st. I'm not sure what day of the week. We usually like start with beginning of a week, but the first full week in February or something, we could put it off to then and hopefully not get lost in the noise.
Okay, I saw Councillor Lavoie's hand, but it's gone. Oh, you're good? Okay, Councillor Leduc.
I'm just not sure about the amendment you're asking for. What's the difference when we start it? If you're going to be punitive to people, be punitive from day one. So Christmas or not, every year is going to come around. They're going to have to deal with it. So I wouldn't support the change. I don't support option one to start with. So the timing doesn't matter to me. It's punitive no matter what. So I would leave it as is.
Okay, so we have a amended motion on the floor, and we'll call the vote because I don't want to spend an hour or two talking about a start date when we have not got a really good chance of having this go through in the first place. Councillor Greenlaw.
Could you, Madam Chair, clarify the start date for the clerks here?
Yeah, no, I was looking at the amendment. Are we going to leave it as is? It sounds it doesn't make a difference. I'm fine with making the amendment as you requested, Chair. But also after hearing from Mr. McCullough, I understand his, and I think we need to work with staff with what is practical.
Okay, so we're the mover and the seconder. What's the start date that you want on it? Councillor Rawson?
Just leave the original motion at November 1st. I think it's clear.
Okay, so we're withdrawing the amendment, and we're back with the original motion that was printed and distributed. So I'm going to call the vote because we're in committee of the whole. So all those in favor of the recommendation?
Madam Chair, I'll just jump in here. There's 29 members in attendance. And so if all the yeses can please hold their hands or cards high up in the air so we can get a count. We need 15 to carry, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm just seeing 9 in favor.
Thank you. And those opposed, please hold up your hand or your card.
Madam Chair, that's a majority against.
Thank you. All right, so we'll, do we want to bring up another option or just leave it as defeated? Councillor Norcross.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would put option 2 on the floor and just tagging on to what Councillor Snell had said. We need to change the messaging and clarify the severity of what's going to happen if we don't make the changes that are required. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And did you have a seconder, Councillor Norcross, for option 2? Councillor Miscomings. And now conversation on option 2, Councillor Cox.
I'm good for education, but I'm not on that GPS. Is that option 2? Sorry, I flipped to the.
Thank you. Director McCullough. Do we need
Thank you.
to go into closed session to have this conversation?
I think I can.
No, I just don't. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I think I can start off without going into confidential. I would point out that option 2 is the targeted promotion and education based on the technology aspect that's described and looked at and is very expensive as part of that. If council only wanted to look at increased promotion and education, that's probably option 4 that doesn't come with the same significant technology price tag that comes along with it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Norcross, did you want to make a change?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. I would change it to option 4, please. Like, I don't believe the status quo is working, but I think education is great. And Councillor Miskimins made a really good point. We just don't want people bringing empty green bins to the curb that have nothing in them just so they get their garbage picked up. We want them to actually be using those green bins. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Snell on option 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with option 4. I would just like to add that perhaps if we could request that staff bring back the strategy to council for further conversation in regards to what that education and communication might look like.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Norcross, who was your seconder?
I believe it was Councillor Snell or
Councillor Miskinings.
Miskinings,
right.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Miskinings, are you in favor of switching from option 2 to option 4?
Through you, Chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so any other conversations on option 4? Warden Clark?
Thank you. I won't support option 4. We did hear Director McCullough say that we will continue with the education that we've been doing all along, and I think we do a good job of promotion. I can't support $380,000 to $570,000 to move the needle from 0 to a possible 2%. I don't think it's good value for our money, so I would support the status quo, which right now includes education. We will continue to do the education at the level we're at.
Councillor Leduc?
Yes, I wanted to agree with the warden on that. I mean, option 6 does have the promotion there also, so I can't agree to option 4 because it does have an increased cost there that doesn't move the needle enough. I think the education promotion is already there in option 6, so I support option 6.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
I would like a report to come back with costing about why it is that high and what's going on. If we're going to leave it at no cost increase, are we still spending 380,000 to 500? So I think we need a report back on what Councillor Snell spoke to, what is your plan and the cost, and then we can make the decision on it, because obviously either 4 or 6 means that we're not going to number 1, so it doesn't really matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Chair Dolan. Those were my consensus too. Also, that if we're going to do everything that they said that number 4 is doing, we need to know what the difference between that dollar value is comparable to the option 4. So that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norcross?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Warden. That's a really good point. If we're doing all the education we can, which is option 6, I assume that option 4 means that we would be increasing the education, we'd be expanding it. So justification and what the difference in education would be between the 2 options. I agree with Councillor Cox on maybe that report should come back to council and tell us what the difference is between the 2 and what more can be done that isn't being done. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, I'm asking if you think it's appropriate then to, if this council chooses option 4, for you to come back with a report on what that would look like specifically.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, that's fine. This was an estimate from our communications department. They've done a great number of wonderful sort of ads and workout, but understanding that we spent about half of that amount last year over and above our regular budget and didn't move the needle, they thought we'd need to sort of double that to reach more hearts and minds in that respect. If council wants an absolute nailed down plan, we certainly could come back probably in the fall. We need to work with our communications department to look at the fine measures that would need to be incorporated into that sort of plan.
Thank you. Councillor Snell, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Dolan, and for allowing me to speak again. What I'm thinking is maybe some things to consider, Director, when you come back with the communications team, is I think if you create dynamic digital assets that can then be shared through the lower tiers, and with commitment through the lower tiers communications teams to push it aggressively through all of our resources. I think that would be a cost-efficient way to get some messaging out, as well as again, if we try to activate our schools and engage the students, and using some sort of contract to participate, that gets shared through the schools and then brought back through the board offices to be picked up, versus very laborious efforts of having to run around to schools to pick up. I think there's some creative ways that we could do it to get it more cost effective, especially too with digital pieces being pushed through phones versus billboards. Billboards, they're great, but they're very expensive. So I would love to see what the communications team comes up with for a creative solution in terms of that messaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miskimings.
Chair Dolan, through you, I'm just building on Councillor Snell. I think it is about looking at the marketing and education differently. I mean, the ads are great and everything, but they have a limited lifespan. The raccoons have been around for a while, so I would just encourage staff to come back with something for council to view that just looks at things differently, different targeted approaches that we can do to get what we want to happen, which is increased diversion. And may I suggest through you, Chair Dolan, a friendly amendment to option 4 to include a report back to council from staff as to how we would approach it, what the costs are in order to increase the education, the targeted education for the KPIs that we're looking for. Thank you.
So Councillor Miskimings, you're looking for a report back, outline actions for option 4.
For you, Chair, yes, correct.
All right, and did I have a mover in it? Yes, I did. I had Councillor Norcross and Councillor Miskimings for that. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. And sorry, I just had for clarification. So if we're going to do 4, are we going to get the report back before we decide to vote on 4? Or are we voting on 4 and then after the fact get a report?
My thought was to organize the recommendation to say that staff bring back a report on how option 4 could be operationalized, or like not saying yes, absolutely, we're going for option 4, but to see what the costs and the actions going forward were. Director McCullough.
Thank you. I might throw out another option for council's consideration. You could vote on the status quo, and we could promise to put option 4 as a budget item in the budget consideration, and work out exactly essentially how that would be, and then it would be considered a budget item for 2026 as how that would be spent.
Thoughts on that, Councillor McDonald?
I would agree with Rob McCullough, because I like to know what I'm voting on, and I think that's important that we're all very clear on what it is. And if we do it to budget, we haven't lost anything, because Rob's had already said that he can't bring it back into the fall anyway. So I would be in agreement with that. Thank you.
Councillor Leduc.
So, Mr. McCullough, would this funding be picked up in your 4% increase in your budget requests now that you have in a report coming soon? You have a 4% increase in there, and you're asking to add this to the 2026 budget. Is this over and above the 4% you've gotten there that you're asking for, or is it you're going to be able to include it in that?
No, this through you, Madam Chair. This would be an increase to our budget.
So, Madam Chair, the report is pretty clear. It's pretty clear on what we're doing here. Option 4 talks about what they're asking for when it comes to more promotional. Option 6 talks to you about what they're doing and how they're doing it in the school program, and how they're working with a Compost Canada to put a book in the library. They're talking about going to media and things like that. I'm not sure why I would pay $300,000 or $500,000 to put more education in the system when they're already doing it. They're just talking about potentially going door to door, which is going to be labor costs. That's what we're talking about, hiring people. So I'm not sure I need that. I think it's just a matter of them going back to festivals and doing the education the way they've been doing, get into the schools. That's what we talk about. Educate the children. they'll educate their parents. So to me, option 6 does cover all the promotional needs. I don't think we need to add this into any budget requirements. So I would stand with option 6. We'll get we're still second in the province for diversion, for diversion rates. So I'm not sure why it's such a true panic here. Why we have to spend more money. Education, we already have it in our budget. I'd live with that.
Thank you. Councillor Cox.
I personally would like it to come back just to see what it is, and if there's parts of it we like, we can utilize, and it could still be all retained in the budget. I think it's a good idea to go back and refresh our education program. Thank you.
Councillor Snell, and then I think we're going to call the vote.
Thank you again for your indulgence. I agree with Councillor Cox. I think that this should come back to council for us to look at what is the communication plan. I do also agree with Councillor Leduc that option 6, I'd be totally fine with that too. And I'd also be fine with deferring this component. We know that it's been defeated already. Let's defer it, request a report back from staff to council with the marketing strategy, both with using the existing budget and what are options to expand the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norcross and Councillor Miskimings. Your motions, just finally, what you were going with option 6 and a report back on option 4, is that still stand where you go?
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, Councillor Duke, thank you for those comments about being number 2, but I don't know anybody around this council table that ever wants to come in as number 2. Sorry, attempted humor. I'm sure it's not lost on some. Yeah, I think we need to look at our options, and I think we need to do our due diligence. We're not committing this council to spending $300,000 or $600,000. What we're saying is, what can we look at what we can do better? And maybe some of the things we're doing now, we can remove because they're not working and implement them with new strategies. I mean, I think the onus is on us is to take a look at every option we have. So if council will indulge, I'd like to see that report come back on what the options are, and we can maybe mix and match and keep the rates the same. Thank you.
I'll ask the clerk's office if they've been able to follow the bouncing ball, if they've got the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. So listening to the conversation, I think, and this is subject to the mover and seconder, which is Councillor Norcross and Councillor Miskimins being in agreement to this. It's that the report be received and that staff report back with further details regarding option 4 outlined in item CCW 2025-163 to implement additional promotion and education to the whole county. So what that would do is not approve option 4, but I think what committee is asking here is for a report back with kind of the details of option 4 and allow committee to make a decision on approval of that at a future date.
Thank you. Questions or comments on Councillor Norcross?
I'm fine with that. Sorry, Madam Chair, I jumped the gun. I apologize. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. So you're okay with the way that the clerk expressed that recommendation? I see your seconder is also nodding. Councillor Snell.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification to the clerk. Would that also include a report or update on what status quo also entails in terms of the marketing and communication strategy? Because personally, I would like to see both. What is it we're doing at no increased cost? What are some options with an increased cost? Please.
And I think we can take that as direction, or staff can take that as direction to, outline the difference of what option 4 would buy you over and above option 6. Okay, I'm seeing, Councillor Warden Clark.
Just a question maybe to Rob McCullough, are you able to bring back a report? Because when you read option 4 in the agenda, it says in order to formulate the plan, you need a short program of online phone surveys and select person door-to-door interviews in order to come up with a plan for promotion. So are you able to bring back options without doing that component? Because that was the suggestion. We do a survey in person and online in order to come up with a marketing program. So are you able to bring back a report without doing that?
Director?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. It will be difficult. I can certainly take as direction that we would bring back a report that outlines status quo on basically what we do, how much staff time spent, the sort of hard costs and that. It will be a little difficult on option 4. I don't think it will be as specific as council wishes, because we'll probably be relying on some outside creative. And basically we'll have to explain that we expect this is how much the outside creative would be. And we can describe what we would ask the outside creative for. And I think it is more like a guerrilla marketing campaign is the way it's normally talked about, rather than a straight promotion campaign. We can work with our communications department to try and word that in the report, but we won't be able to say we're going to give you diversion man or organic. We won't be able to do that. That will be relied on probably outside creative to do that, and what we would need in support of that. But I think it would be helpful so council understands what our communications department's talking about in that range 380 to 570. How much of that's creative? How much would that be in promotions and that type of thing?
Thank you. Anyone else? So I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Do you have a count, Mr. Clerk?
If I could just ask everyone to hold those hands nice and high, please.
I'm counting 15.
About 15.
My count's at 16, Madam Chair. You can take opposed, perhaps.
Okay, opposed, please. I believe that's carried. Thank you. Any other matters for consideration today? Please say no. Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you, Warden.
Okay, I'm going to be mindful of the time. We are going to have to break for lunch, but why don't we start with performance, and we'll keep an eye on the time as we go through performance management, because we have quite a in-camera section, and then we got to come back into council later. So, Chair Evans, if you can start us off.
Certainly. Thank you, Warden. Starting with consent items of performance management, we have 2 today. First one is the strategic initiatives update, and the second is a letter dated June 19th, 2025 from the Township of Springwater regarding purpose-built rental housing financial considerations. So before I ask for any questions or anybody wants to pull an item for discussion, I'll pass it over to General Manager Wilcox. If you have anything you'd like to add to these 2 items, General Manager.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first item is the strategic initiatives update, which gives you a good overview of all the strategic initiatives that we've been working on. So you can see some great progress has been done. A number of the items are closed out, and those are noted as well. There's one new item that's been added around the housing strategy that was noted as well within the report. As far as the second item, it's a letter from Springwater Township regarding suggestion of purpose-built tax incentive. It would be a change to our tax situation. We do have a report that's going to be coming to council the first meeting in September, and a presentation from our consultant, Peter Fries, that will cover this item or cover this topic as well for considerations of council. So I suggest that this should be covered off with that coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Wilcox. Kick it off with comments or questions. Any of the amendments, if you could note those. So I've got Councillor Cabral and then Councillor Cox. Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on 31.2, the letter from Springwater. I guess I guess if I could just get a bit of clarification, this is something that has come up in Springwater, but it's up to the upper tier of the county to actually implement the subclass before Springwater Township would be able to offer any relief to our builders. And we currently do have a builder who has some purpose-built rentals, I think a development of about 160 homes. And hopefully they're looking, and we were looking to be able to help them along with that. And I'm sure it would be applicable to all the other municipalities in Simcoe County as well. So I guess my question would be is if county is having a presentation on this coming up at the next meeting, I was looking to see if we might be able to move this back to staff for a staff report to come back to us respecting this. I'm kind of hearing that that might not be necessary, that this is going to be addressed at the next meeting anyway. Just trying to get a bit of direction here.
Fair enough. General Manager Wilcox?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Cabral, that's the indication that we will bring this back. It should be covered off in the report that we're going to have on the presentation. You'll be able to question our consultant on that, and he will cover off the implications of what we may or may not want to do in this area.
Okay, thank you. Follow on, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please, if you like, certainly.
Yes, just through you to the chair, through to Manager Wilcox. Would members of council have an opportunity to submit some feedback to staff prior to that presentation taking place? Just some things maybe to be taken into consideration when that presentation comes up?
Certainly, we would be open to any comments that you've got and any information that you're looking for.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep, please contact them directly, certainly. Councillor Cox, please.
Yeah, through the chair to Director Wilcox. The broadband and cellular systems, it says all approved projects have been completed. This represents over 500 kilometers. Is there a chance we could find out who actually got a project finished? Because we have projects and we have,
so we know. Yeah.
We haven't, we're having trouble in Severn. We were supposed to have things that went through Rogers, and now they've gone under and we can't seem to contact anybody. And now all of a sudden Bell's putting them in down a road that we never knew about. So I just wondered if you knew, get us some information on this, because we're kind of in the dark right now.
So information not just on coverage, but who's actually implementing?
Well, yeah, and what projects really have been done, and are there projects that were in Severn that were supposed to be done? Like, I know you can go to a map, but sometimes it's the information just really isn't there, and we're kind of, like I say, we're scrambling. We call people and they don't call back, and we don't hear anything.
Okay.
Director, is that okay?
I don't know, Director, if you or General Manager, if you have any updates on who we can contact with regards to SWIFT.
Thank you. Yes, what I'll do is I'll get my IT director to look into the matter, and Councillor Cox, I think we might reach out to you to see if you've got some further information on that. The challenge that we have is some of this is an initiative that was done through a broad program that we had some insight into. A lot of what's happening now is the direct funding that was the result of the federal government providing incentives to providers all across the country to provide broadband to pockets where we didn't have it. And so it's really kind of become a private initiative from that perspective. We don't have visibility or certainly not control, but we can certainly reach out and try and gather information to help you with that.
That would be very helpful, Trevor. Thank you very much. And the other one, if I may ask this, it's not in this, but we had talked about through you, I don't know if there's someone out there who can answer. We had talked about bringing septage back and going to a consultant for a new report or an updated report to come back. Is that still in the books to happen? Because I think that would be under environmental sustainability, or I don't know, culture of workplace operations. But I was just curious because when I read it, I was wondering where that was.
I'm not quite familiar with what you're asking, like septage in terms of what?
Director Elliott would know.
Okay.
Yes, if I may.
Director Elliott?
Thank you very much. You're right. And we actually have worked and we're waiting to hear from a consultant on a proposal to look at septage treatment across the county. So that is ongoing.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I've had questions from my director of public works, and I know that other municipalities are looking at that issue, septage too, and I just think it's something that we should make sure we keep in the forefront, because it is going to be an environmental issue in the future quite quickly. Thank you.
Certainly. And for the benefit of the public who might not understand the terminology, we're looking at how you can take effluent from private septic systems and have them treated at the municipal systems across the county right now. We are knowing that that's becoming a problem and a concern. So we want to make sure that is not a hurdle in the future as we grow.
And we're looking at, wasn't the effluent from some of the waste management sites also?
Correct. As part of that undertaking that we're waiting a proposal back on is leachate treatment from our waste facilities. And specifically, you might be well aware of what they're referring to as forever chemicals or PFAS. We want to make sure that we understand what the implications of that might be as we move forward too.
Okay, thank you very much for that update.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Director GM Elliott, was this analogous to I know there was a committee about 10, 15 years ago in the county that dealt with septage and included a number of people from all the affected, so to speak, municipalities and from the county as well. I know that because they're, like we've in Tiny and Midland, we've come up with a plan for septage in our little area. But is this something, just to clarify, we're looking at reinstituting that same format, or would it be a modified format?
So through the chair, that work is really a launch pad for us to move forward. We know that capacity at municipal facilities is becoming concerning. So we want to make sure we understand what can be done to make sure this isn't a problem going forward. So it's really a continuation and building upon that previous work.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Great. Look at the other screen. Anybody else? Any comments, questions with regards to the consent item? Seeing none at the time, mover, I'll go with Councillor Cabral, seconded by Councillor Cox, that the following consent items have been in due consideration be received. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to item CCW 2025-173, a strategic initiatives update. So again, I'll call on you, General Manager Wilcox, just give us a brief overview. A lot of really good items in here, and anything that we should be concerned about as far as the vote goes.
Chair, I believe that item was just taken care of with.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the my bad. I'm looking at, you're right. CCW 2025, we're on 206-2026 high-level draft budget assumptions, which is what I was referring to.
Right. Yep.
Thank
No
you,
problem. Happy to provide a overview of that. Through this item, we've outlined the general assumptions that are going into the budget build that we're going to be initiating ready for next year. So within that, standard assumptions related to the things that we know about. One of the key issues that we've got is, as we've seen earlier in the year, our asset management plan showed a significant gap in terms of funding for that. So we have an ongoing plan to address that. Part of that recommendation is a 2% increase related specifically to asset management, and you can see where the funding is going to be directed into the asset management reserves. We've outlined the allocations for the asset management reserves. So now we'll have full visibility into those reserves as the plan outlined before. Also, we've shown where the other initiatives are kind of known. So in social and community services are outlining the plans that are in place in there, as well as in the health services area and for engineering, planning, and environment. And overall, we're recommending a 2% increase related to operating costs. Well, a two or higher. So really, overall, we expect it to be at least 1.5% to 2.5%. We're recommending we take the middle ground of 2% so that we have a 2% increase related to asset management and a 2% related to operating costs. and we see where we shake out from that perspective when we present the budget to you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. We'll have a few questions on the numbers. So why don't I get a mover and a seconder for discussion first? Councillor Leduc for the mover, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Kick it off with you, Councillor Leduc, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've just got a comment that that's a steep budget this year that we're looking at 4% increase to also include a 2% growth plus a 2.7 million in surplus supplementary tax. So this, with everything going on in the States, with Trump being, tariff driven, we're starting to feel it in our business community. I've got some big businesses here that are really starting to feel the tariffs that are really hurting them. We've seen job reductions out of the federal government with the last month's report. The residents are hurting now. It's starting to hurt. It's impacting everybody. Costs are increasing at the grocery store. Costs are increasing all over. I understand what we're trying to achieve here, and I've seen some of the numbers using the CIP and the other numbers that are here. I just can't support a 4% increase right now. I think it's time we need to really hold down the line and make sure that we don't affect residents that much. So I prefer to see a budget come back a little bit less than that. I see the asset management set at 2%. I think that's a pretty aggressive number. Most of us are dealing with it. We have to deal with asset management. We're just we can deal with it over a longer term. It doesn't have to be accumulated all in one shot. It can be over a longer term. So your asset management plan you can stretch that out a little bit further. So to me, anything around the 2% would be a better budget that most residents could accept. Because of the times we're in, I just think it's really aggressive to go 4%. And I think the idea is that we can reduce it basically in the asset management plan where we can extend that term to build our asset management over time, not so rapidly. So I just can't support a 4%. And I'm hoping that most of council will have the same vision, and hopefully we can come in with a lesser impact to our residents, because it is pretty difficult out there right now for them. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duke. Thanks for your comments. Any other comments, questions on that? Councillor Norcross, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the county is aware of the request for an extension of the Alliston Bradford Links transit system to include Tottenham. I know we've been talking about it for years. I know, or I believe, General Manager Elliott has spoken with the transit team about this request and other requests on a number of occasions. So I want to thank him for that. I know they are completing a countywide service delivery upgrade for transit where these types of additional connections are being considered. So I would just like to confirm the expectation for these recommendations resulting from the study will be before council this fall. And so my question is, and I believe that's coming, so I'll defer to, through the chair, whoever he likes to direct it to. So when those recommendations come this fall, that would then be an additional cost to the budget, or in the budget, is there consideration given that these additional or expansion routes or add-ons have already been included? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. So you want to know the implications of the potential outcomes of the Simcoe County Transit survey on the 2026 budget.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to ensure that those recommendations will come before council this fall, so we can make implementations if council chooses. Thank you.
Okay. General Manager Elliott or Wilcox, yes. Let's swing it that way.
Thank you, if I may, Chair. Yeah. The short answer is we are undertaking a transit service delivery review at this very time. We expect to be back at council in late fall with options. Status quo could be an option. Expanding our mandate, as council would be well aware, the current mandate is to link our communities, and it's not the mandate of Links Transit to provide local service. If those are options that council wishes to consider and change the mandate or level of service, that's not been thought about as we've started to put our minds towards the 2026 budget yet, and that would be considered outside of the budget process right now, because we don't know what the results of that finding and that study are going to be at this point.
Okay, thank you, General Manager Elliott. Councillor Norcross, anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, though, will there be options provided? I'll use the Bradford Alliston Link system. Will there be options provided where we could extend? You're right; it's both connecting. It's not local transit, but to expand into different areas to provide a better service through the link system. So will there be options presented where we could extend a run to go an extra 7 kilometers and come back to enhance the service that we're providing now?
Gemma, Julian, I assume this is something that's going to not just be one area. We're going to have this scenario is probably going to come up on many levels as we see the results of the survey. So perhaps just clarifying when and where we'd be actually having that discussion would be useful.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, back to Councillor Norcross. We are still in the public consultation process. We're gathering some of the feedback. We've been listening to not only our public and our users of the Links transit system, but our business communities, our local staff that work in the transit world as well, our community agencies. So we're gathering all that, and through our consultant, I'm not exactly sure what the recommendations of the consultant are going to look like just yet, because we're still in that infancy stage right now. But I think it is fair to say that we will have a suite of options, changing the mandate, extending routes, and looking at things through the eyes, knowing full well that an expanded transit program comes with a price tag, no matter what we do. It's not going to be a self-funded program. So it's going to boil down to what level of service council's comfortable with, and to some extent, maybe decisions about more urban, highly traveled routes versus less traveled rural routes, which might include different types of service. So it's a bit premature to say exactly what that might look like yet, but we will come back with a suite of options for council consideration.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair. Sorry, we are well versed on some of the transit requests in New Tech, and they are being considered.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. We'll move on to Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the comments. I would like to return to the asset management program matter for a moment. I think it's a double whammy because we're also facing it at the local level. So we're seeing the same 2% or 3% requirement in terms of funding going forward, and it is a provincial mandate. And maybe it might be helpful for the budget process if we saw what varying levels of funding resulted in what varying levels of compliance, or if we're falling behind. Does 2% bring us into compliance within a certain period of time, or is it sufficient, or is it too much? So a graphical representation of that might help. The other issue is whether or not the assets are being appraised on the basis of depreciated value, or whether they're being assessed on the basis of their current condition. So those might help in terms of being able to decide what the funding would look like or how it should be funded. And I don't know whether it's meaningful for us to petition the provincial government for some relief on this point, because I do take Councillor Leduc's point that we are facing some considerable strain in all of our budgets, and there are residents who are probably beginning to fall through the cracks somewhere in our municipalities, and that will cost more than overfunding perhaps other areas of our budget. So I'll leave those comments at this for now, and hopefully we can come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavoie. So we'll look at John Manager Wilcox, if in the future we could justify the 2% and how that number came up from an asset management perspective. And maybe, I know that you asked about depreciated assets, but maybe comparing do we provide replacement cost and a depreciated number for our assets? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Lavoie. Thank you for those comments. We can certainly provide a chart and information in terms of an update on where we're at with our asset management. The plan had us over the next 10 years coming into line with paring down our infrastructure deficit. So it is not a one-time kind of catch up and get it done next year. This was a plan to gradually build up and to catch up. The assets are reassessed on periodic basis. We do building condition assessments and asset assessments. So we do renew those, and they are built on current conditions, not on an accounting number, with depreciation. Thank you.
Great. Councillor LaVoie, sufficient? We're good? Thank you. Councillor Ledoux, please.
Yeah, just to go further comment on the asset management plan, that's a pretty aggressive plan, a 10-year catch up to be fully recovered in our asset management. There's communities out there that are doing 20 and 25 years in the asset management plan. So there is room to extend that plan. And I think Councillor Vaughan hit it right. We're all dealing with it at our level, at the county level, the upper regions, we're all dealing with that asset management plan. We certainly want to, have a plan in place, but it doesn't have to be as aggressive. I would suggest an amendment to the recommendation, Mr. Chair. I recommend that we is subject to deliberation of the affirmative, the proposed draft budget assumption and directions outlined in CCW 2025-206, dated August 12, 2025, be approved to a maximum of 3% and incorporated in the 2026 Simcoe County budget, draft budget. So a maximum of 3%, not 4%.
Have a seconder, sir?
Any seconders? Did we get one?
Seconder, Councillor Cabral. Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, we'll deal with the amendment. Anybody like to kick the discussion off? This is for inclusion of the amendment into the motion. Councillor Ledoux, please.
Yeah, okay, and I think where I'm going with that is that again, it's the asset management plan. It's an aggressive 2%. I think we can reduce that. And I know it's gonna be tough, and I know we're gonna have to do some stuff coming up, transit issues like that. I mean, it is gonna be a tough one, but I think we need to be really respectful of what's happening out there, what Trump is doing to this country and how it's affecting us. And I think we need to be very cognizant of that. The tariffs are impacting people, and they're impacting them right at the grocery store. And I understand, we need to do things, but I think it was well stated by Councillor Waugh that if they fall through the cracks, we're going to deal with them on the social side more than anything. I think it's up to the province. When you look at this report, there's a lot of costs in there that are actually provincial costs. We need to get the province to come to the table and support our social programs more than what we're having to do. The needle is moving more towards us being more supportive of that than the actual province stepping up to the plate. So I know it's a tough situation, but I can tell you that we are struggling here. I've made some significant budget impacts right here in Bradford, Wisconsin. So I'm doing it here, and I'm prepared to support whatever we can up at the county to say that it has to be respectful of the residents, and I'm open to maximum 3% because that I think is still meets inflationary issues, and it drives. I think 3% is something that can be respectful throughout the system, where we would be able to meet our contractual obligations and things like that when it comes to increases. Increasing servicing is something that we all would love to do, but at the same time, maintaining servicing at this point right now would be something to show our residents that we're still trying to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment to include a proviso that the maximum increase of ops and asset management, tell me if I'm wrong, Councillor Duke, would be a maximum of 3.0%? Further discussion on this item?
You're fine. Yep.
Okay. Seeing none. Mr. Clark, do you have
I'm seeing Councillor Gordon with his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, sir. Councillor Gordon, my apologies. I can't see you here.
Oh, no, it's fine. I just screwed up.
Okay, good. I got you now. Okay, good.
Wait, I think we have this conversation every year, right? So
yep.
It's our job to parse through the draft budget as it gets presented and rip it apart and do the changes we want to make. I think staff is very mindful of the circumstances of our economy right now and the precariousness of our economy. And, I think what they're presenting is reasonable. However, is that the number we're going to get to at the end? I have no doubt we're going to pare this thing down. So again, I think the argument was made, in the previous budget years. Let's not hobble staff up front. They get it. They know they're putting their best foot forward, or this is, they're going to when we get the draft. And then it'll be our job to make the tough decisions that we do every year. And I know Councillor Duke will be as eagle-eyed on it as anyone else. And we're going to try and get that number down. But I think I suspect this is not going to carry now, although we all understand the motion behind it. And so I would suggest why don't we just do what we do every year, which is let the staff come back with their best draft, and then we do our part to hack and slash as much as we can. That's responsible, and then ultimately we end up with what we end up with. So, the reason I'm not Councillor Duke, I'm not going to support this amendment right now, just because I think it's premature. But I'll be an ally, as I always am, to all members on council to try and get this number down to something responsible when the time comes.
Certainly, as a yay or nay, this will come up in a future date, I'm sure. So, any further discussion with regards to the amendment of 3% maximum increase? Okay, I'll call the vote. Do you want to read the motion, Mr. Clerk? I could do it off the top of my head, but I want to make sure.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I can assist. So this is an amendment to substitute clause 2, which is printed in the agenda, to read that subject to, or sorry, we have some deliberations at this time. Basically that the proposed draft budget assumptions and directions outlined in the report be approved with a maximum of 3% total budget increase, and that be incorporated into the 2026 County of Simcoe draft budget. And it might just be worth looking to the mover to confirm that that's accurate, as well as GM Wilcox to confirm that that sort of makes sense from a budget perspective, the way I've worded it.
Okay, we'll start with mover and the seconder, Councillor Leduc and Councillor Cabral. Any amendments to the stated motion?
No, I'm fine with it.
Councillor Cabral, we're good? Okay, good. General Manager Wilcox, anything further to add?
No, we can take direction from council, certainly. You can see what my recommendation was in the report. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Dolan, you have a question?
I do, thank you. Through you to Jim Wilcox. So, I mean, I struggle with this too. I kind of agree with Councillor Gordon that I want to pick. I want to be responsible for choosing what we don't do versus having staff do that for us. Like, I would want to see what he's thinking about for the 4, and then how we get to a 3, as opposed to having staff do that work to pull that 1% out. It's called assumptions for a reason, right? Like these are assumptions, but there's some stuff that we don't have control over, what the electricity and the natural gas or the water rate increases are going to be. Like those are, wage negotiations, collective bargaining, all of those things that go into, keeping the lights on at the County of Simcoe. But if General Manager Wilcox thinks the assumption should be 4, and if it does pass that we're going to reduce it to 3, I want when that report comes back, I want to know what was pulled out to make the 4 a 3, because I want to make those decisions more. Like, I want to see the full slate of what staff think is important, and then I think it's our responsibility as opposed to staff to then say, okay, this is a must-have, this is a would like to have, so the would like to have, I'm happy pulling that out.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Snell, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Dolan. I think that it is our responsibility, especially if it's going to impact service levels in particular. So I don't feel that that's a fair responsibility to put on staff. So I would not be in favor of handcuffing them before seeing the first draft. Thank you.
Fair enough. Good. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I return to the amendment motion, which is that item CCW 2025-2006, dated August 12, 2025, regarding 2026 high-level budget draft assumptions be received and the subject to deliberations of the affirmative, the proposed draft budget assumptions and directions outlined in item CCW 2025-206, dated August 12, 2025, be approved and incorporated in the 2026 County of Simcoe budget with a maximum budget increase of 3% for fiscal year 2026. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is denied. Thank you. Okay, moving back to the original motion that I just stated. Any comments, questions on that at this time, council? Okay, for record keeping purposes, the motion is that item CCW 2025-206 dated August 12th, 2025 regarding 2026 high-level draft budget assumptions be received and that the subject to deliberation in the affirmative, the proposed draft budget assumptions and directions outlined in item CCW 2025-206 dated August 12, 2025 be approved and incorporated into the 2026 County of Simcoe draft budget. All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Thanks for the discussion. Well done. Moving on to item 32.2, CCW 2025-216 is a request for deferral of development charges for 1090 6th Line, Innisfil, Ontario. Mover and a seconder for discussion on this one. Thank you, Councillor Measures. And a seconder, Councillor Dolan. Thank you very much. Councillor Measures, please. Or do you have anything you want to say to that?
The thing I will just add is that it's very appropriate to support this, given that this will be a place of worship. And it's very well laid out, the request. So I think it's appropriate for us to consider it at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Van Staveren and then Councillor Leduc. Councillor Van Staveren.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with the concept of deferring the DCs. My question is, and I guess it's a question for all around our communities, is do we not require building permits to be issued when people set up a sales pavilion, including servicing and everything else? And the question is, why would development charges not be collected at that time?
Okay, good question. Staff, I wonder who would stab at this one. Councillor Dolan, I'll add you to the list. Are development charges paid when the site sales office, so to speak, is built?
I can respond to that and answer that question if that's appropriate, Mr.
Good. Yeah, nobody else wants to, so please, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
It's a long and convoluted story, but the developer had a permit for a temporary sales pavilion that was to be torn down once the subdivision was completed, and there was a commercial block in a different area that hadn't been started yet. So they came back to council afterwards with a red line revision to move the commercial block to the area which was the temporary sales pavilion. We refused it. It went to the OLT and we lost at the OLT. So one of the conditions of the OLT was to pay the development charges.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, the purchase of sale with the Chabad Innisfil happened. And so the request is to defer the DCs till that purchase of sale is done, which should be in about a week or two, at which point then there'd be no development charges for the place of worship. So it was just I know I've probably confused you more than anything, but, and I would just also say that this mirrors what the town of Innisfil has done and what both the Catholic and the public school board have done. So all three of those have agreed to this.
Okay. First, Councillor Van Staveren, is everything
That's
okay?
fine. I just want to, and now I understand the situation because that was not explained. And I think we're not setting a precedent here. It's a situational thing with us right now. So I don't have a problem with it, understanding how it's played now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leduc, please.
Yeah, thanks. I can't support this. This is forgiving development fees from a developer that now is selling to a Jewish synagogue that's going to open up a religious place. That's fine. They don't have to pay development fees when they open it up, but the developer is the one that pulled the permits. That's the one we should be charging. That's the one that has to pay the DCs. I'm not sure why we're doing this. Just recently, this council did not support a deferral for a farmer in Bradford that asked for a deferral in development fees to build housing for migrant workers. And we said no. And now we're saying that we're going to forgive this because a developer owes that money, the town lost the OT or whoever lost, and they're the ones that pulled the permits. They're the ones that are charged with development fees. So I don't know why coming out of taxpayers' dollars. We got to fund that cost somehow. So to me, this is no way that it's obviously a benefit to the Jewish synagogue that's going to receive $56,000 less in costs of this building. But to me, if you you start down that slippery road, you're going to have to forgive development fees for everybody in the end, because this is not just a one-off here. This is something that wasn't supported recently by this council, and here we are supporting a developer from forgiving the development fees. It's not the Jewish church, it's not the Jewish synagogue that's getting the development fee reduction. They're getting it off the bill of sale. But this is strictly about a developer getting away with not paying development fees, which should have been collected at the time of permit. So I'd like to go back to Councillor Van Stavern's question to Trevor, to GM Wilcox. Why weren't they collected at that time?
GM Wilcox, or
through the chair, I can't answer that question because we weren't engaged in the development at that time. What we've learned from staff through Innisfil is what Councillor Dolan had outlined, that it was going to be a temporary facility, I believe. So we are following, as we always do, what the member municipality is doing. So when there's a waiving of development charges, then they, for whatever reason, then we follow the member municipality's lead on that. So that's what we're doing.
So
follow up?
Yeah. So if you're following what the municipalities did, why didn't we follow Bradford's request for deferral? Why is it different here now? This was development fee. You're talking about county development fees that you should charge at building permit, and you're saying that you're following the process of what the community did. Why didn't we follow Bradford's DC deferral for a farmer that was building housing for migrant workers that was not supported by the member that's put this on the floor, and that's Councillor Dolan, was not supported at that time either by Councillor Dolan and others. So why are we changing the policy now?
Well, I think he's answered your question in terms of this item. We're not discussing what happened in Bradford, unfortunately, sir. So
it plays a significant role here. That one was it's the same process. You just said we follow the process of the municipality, but we didn't do that in Bradford. And we're doing it here for Innisfil. I'm just curious as to why we didn't collect this. This is we're giving the developer the break. We're giving the developer the break for $56,000. That's taxpayer funding that we have to put back into the budget. We have to pay for that. Somebody has to pick up those costs.
Sorry, General Manager Wilcox?
Yeah, through the chair. It's hard to recollect, but it was a couple of years ago, and I believe it was an exemption. It wasn't a deferral. This is a deferral, a 6-month deferral, and normally with deferrals we would follow the municipality with that. Do you remember? Was it a deferral or an exemption?
It was a deferral of DCs. It was a deferral, and this is a deferral leading to an exemption. That's what this is. It's a deferral leading to an exemption.
Okay, Councillor Leduc, I'm not making excuses, but I don't think all of us can remember exactly what happened with that. I don't have a problem with us following up later. But the item that we're looking at right now is with regards to this item in Innisfil. I understand your point. I understand your question and the rationale, but I don't think it's worth our time right now to be discussing something if we don't have all the information. You understand that? Councillor Dolan, I have you next in line.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's so the issue was the timing. So if that purchase of sale went through and then they needed to do some interior renovations to the center. So if they wait until the purchase of sale goes through and then they pull the permit, there's no DCs payable. The reason they asked for the deferral is so they could pull a permit now to get that work done because they want it completed before the high holidays. So that was the reason for the deferral. But if the county said no, then they would just wait to get it would just delay the process for for weeks, which would in turn put them in trouble come the high holidays. So it's not like the county's giving up any money, because the money wouldn't be, it's not payable till the permit's full. This is just allowing them to pull the permit early.
The non-cash transaction then, essentially?
Yes. So they're pulling a permit when the purchase of sale hasn't been completed.
Okay.
So as soon as that's done, then there would be no DCs payable anyway. Okay. So it's just a timing issue.
Unique though. Any comments or questions? Being none, we'll move. Sorry, Councillor Greenlaw, please.
Thank you, Chair Evans. Just for clarity, when that I do remember the request, but I don't recall all the details. Had your municipal council also deferred at that time, Councillor Leduc, the DC charges prior to your request? So I'll just did you defer the DC charges before you brought the request to county council?
Yes.
And was that in the report that you had deferred? I'm just asking, because my memory's not that great. So
yes, it's on the report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
it's passed, so it's done. It's done. We don't have to worry about it anymore. It's done.
Councillor Measures.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
I think it's a pretty simple matter. There is an offer to purchase, and they will be using it for a place of worship. The renovation is for a place of worship. I don't see a problem with us moving ahead with this as it's been presented. Perhaps I'd be so bold as to ask you to just call the question.
Thank you for the direction. Motion is moved by Councillor Measures, seconded by Councillor Dolan, that item CCW 2025-216 dated August 12th, 2025 regarding request for deferral of development charges for 10906 line Innisfil be received, and that staff be authorized to prepare and execute a development charge deferral agreement with the owner of 10906 line, which provides, in addition to the county's standard terms, for the date of DC calculation for the county DCs to be delayed up to 6 months, upon which the county DCs will be payable unless a valid exemption applies in accordance with the county's DC bylaw, and that the warden and clerk be authorized to execute a development charge deferral agreement for 10906 line Innisfil. Any further questions, comments before we go to the motion? We're voting. All those in favor? Those opposed? There we are. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to performance. Any other items for consideration and performance management? Not aware of any. Thank you very much. I'll pass the chair back to the warden. Thank you, warden.
Thank you. With that, I will break for lunch till 12:30. Then we'll be coming back in camera, and then we have council. Oh, sorry, 1:30. 1:30. And then we'll be back for our in-camera session, and then back into council. I do realize we're going to lose some councillors, but hopefully a quorum. So we'll see everybody at 1:30. Okay, we are back live. I will look to my clerk for roll call.
Thank you, Warden. So just doing an after recess roll call here. A few moving squares on the screen. So if I do have any noted here as absent and you are here, please let me know. We have currently Deputy Warden Coughlin is absent. Councillor Gordon has just arrived. You're okay, thank you. Councillor McClellan is absent. Councillor Sandhu is absent. Councillor Michael Smith is absent, and Councillor Walker is absent. We have all other members of council in attendance, and you have a quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I've got a motion that the Committee of the Whole resolve into closed session at 1:32 under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relation information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, a group of persons, or an organization. And Section 239(2)D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition, disposition of land by a municipality or local board. And Section 239(2)K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried out on or to be carried out on behalf of municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Norris. All in favor? And that is carried. We'll just wait till we get in. Okay, we are back live, so then I'll read the motions that were voted on and carried. The confidential schedule 2 to item CCW 2025-163 program to increase organics. Is that the one you want me to read? Organics capture dated June 24th, 2025 regarding a trade or secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization be received. That was moved by Councillor Van Staveren, second by Councillor Rawson, and carried. Next, I had the labor relations. Moved by Councillor Cox, second by Councillor Crabell, that direction in camera contained within confidential item CCW 2025-197 dated August 12, 2025 regarding labor relations or employee negotiations be voted upon and approved in accordance with section 239 6B of the Municipal Act. And that was voted on and carried. Next, I had a motion moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor Norris, a direction in camera and recommendations contained within the confidential item CCW 25-204 dated August 12, 2025 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239 6B of the Municipal Act was also carried. And lastly, I had moved by Councillor Norris, second by Councillor Locks, the direction in camera and recommendations contained within the confidential item CCW 2025-210 dated August 12, 2025 regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf or on behalf of the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239 6B of the Municipal Act. That was also carried. And item 3.34.5 was deferred at the start of our meeting. So now I'd look for a motion for Committee of the Whole to rise and report to and Council to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor LaRose. All in favor? That is carried. We don't need a roll call again, do we? We are okay. So then, see where I'm at. Confirmation of the Committee of the Whole reports. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for a great meeting today. Confirmation of the Committee of the Whole report for performance management for August 12, 2005, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Motion being that the performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August 12, 2025 be approved, including the confidential items. Back to you, Warden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any items need to be pulled? Councillor Leduc.
Can we just pull that one item with the high-level draft budget as a separate vote? I'd like to support the rest, but this one I can't support. So can we just do a separate, that one separately?
Yes, we will. So consider that one pulled. So on the remainder, all in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. So now we'll just get a motion here. I'll give Jonathan a second. Let me find it.
32-1.
Okay, I have a recommendation that item CCW 2025-206 dated August 12, 2025 regarding 2026 high-level draft budget assumptions be received and that subject to deliberations in the affirmative, the proposed draft budget assumptions and directions outlined in item CCW 2025-206 dated August 12, 2025 be approved and incorporated in the 2026 County of Simcoe draft budget. Moved by. Okay, originally it was Leduc and Norcross. It's on the floor. They were the original movers, so it's moved by Leduc and Norcross. So, but you don't support, correct, James?
No, can I remove myself from moving that?
How do we handle? I can get new movers. We can get new movers and seconded. Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Measures on that report. All in favor? That is carried. Opposed? That is noted. I see two. There may have been more, but I saw two opposed on my screen. Okay. Now I would turn it over to, I believe, Chair Measures.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this point, we do have the Human Services report from the August 12th meeting. resolution that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August the 12th, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item. Can I look for a mover and seconder on my screen? What have I got here? I got Mr. Cabral and Mr. Laux. Thank you very much. Your Worship, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, we've all heard the motion. Any items to be pulled? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? I didn't see any. Okay, Chair Dolan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Van Staveren that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August the 12th, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item.
Thank you. Any items to be pulled? Not seeing any. All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. That is carried. Thank you. Consideration of bills. Councillor Norcross. You might be muted there. I don't hear you, Richard.
Apologize, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Burkett, that bill number 7142.25 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe. Thank you.
On the bylaws, any questions? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? Okay, that was the bills. So announcements. Just making sure that's right. Yes, announcements. Got a few. Economic Development Subcommittee will be following this meeting. So do you want a bit of a break, Chair, or do you want to roll right into it?
Say roll right into it.
We'll roll right into it immediately following this meeting. Friendly reminder that the County of Simcoe's Week of Welcome, WOW, is taking place from September 15th to the 19th, 2025. Municipalities play an important role in WOW, often by hosting local open houses that introduce newcomers to municipal services and civic spaces. If your municipality is interested in participating and hasn't already signed up, please reach out to the county's local immigration partnership team at sclip@simcoe.ca. Reminder too that council at the next meeting scheduled September 9th will be back here in person. Look forward to seeing anybody that's going to AMO. And with any luck, we'll get some rain tonight. I should mention, if you're going to have a fire, there's fire bans on, I think, every municipality in Simcoe County. So anybody at home, if you're going to have a fire, make sure you check with your local municipality. Any other announcements? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden. I would just like to say thank you very much to yourself, Warden, and to my fellow colleagues that joined us on Saturday for our Peacekeepers ceremony. It was a beautiful day, hot, but a great ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you for that. A wonderful ceremony. Councillor Leduc.
Warren, I hate to bother anybody here, but quick two announcements. Carrot Fest this weekend in Brantford. It's going to be a very big festival for us. And the reason why I'm announcing it, it's also, we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holland Marsh Canals. So it's a 100-year anniversary for the Holland Marsh Canals. So if you get a chance, come on down and visit us.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Not, yes, Councillor Dolan.
I just want to, I know you sent something out, Warden, but the MP and MPP for Barrie Innisfil is having their barbecue on Saturday. Yes. Unfortunately, AMO board members have to be in Ottawa Saturday morning. So I'll be away this weekend, but I'll see everybody Sunday night when you arrive.
Perfect. Any other announcements? Not seeing, yes, Councillor Measures.
Just one for you, Your Worship. It does look like rain over here in Clearview, but it is not raining yet.
Keep praying, folks. Keep praying.
There you go.
All right. So with that, I will go to confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Norcross. I think you're off again, Richard.
Sorry, Your Worship. My apologies. Somebody keeps muting me. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Chair Evans, that bill number 7143-25 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe.
On the bylaw, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now adjournment. Could I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Anderson. Boy, lots of cards. Second by Councillor Laux. That we now adjourn at 2:55. Yep, 2:55. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everybody. And I guess we'll just stay on this call for the economic development. So the members of that committee can just stay on. Everybody else, have a great day. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.